This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, good morning, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from, and welcome to a big day of action here at the Sporting RFS Cricket Ground. It is the final day of this Woodson Cup. I'm Rico Full, and myself, on behalf of the European Cricket Network, Madrid CC and Sporting RFS, we welcome you to this final day. First match is the Green Sox that are taking on Norbury. This is a big match for Norbury. Norbury really need to win this match to stay in contention and book their place in the final. If they were to go down here, it opens the doors for maybe the likes of the Shooters. So down to the middle, the umpires are out there. It looks like it's umpire John Howden is out there with Roger. And they've got their fleeces on. I can tell you why they have their fleeces on. So the reason that they have their fleeces on is because it's a bit chilly, it's a bit windy here today. But happy Sunday, everybody. And we are ready to start. Now, I'll give you a bit more about the weather as the day goes on. But let's concentrate on this first ball first. And it's going to be in a good area. Wide outside the off for a dot ball. Yeah, the weather has meant we've had to make a lot of changes to our setup. And I'll compose myself first before I give you the details of what you're seeing. But let's talk a little bit about what I just touched on about the importance of this match. It's going to be down the leg side. It's going to be a wide ball, which is signalled there by the umpire. So Sporting Alpha, as we know, have won all their matches, the home side. They sit pretty at the top of the standings with 8 points. Norbury did go down to Sporting LFS yesterday. So that means they are currently second, having played 3. And this is their last match in the group stages. They've got 4 points. Now behind them, Shooters and Defra All Stars are on 2 points. Could be the first runs of the bat. It will be. It's a single that gets taken. But of course, what that means that if Norbury win this match, then they cannot be caught and they will finish second, and that means we know who our 2 finalists are for later on this afternoon. However, if they're to go down to Green Sox, who haven't won a game as yet, they've lost all 3 of their matches. I mean, before yesterday, they played some good cricket. On day 1, they were in very good form. They just couldn't get past the finishing line. But yesterday they were a bit sorry. There's no Alexander playing for them again today. He was injured, so with him not playing, there's a big gap there in the batting. Solid defensive play. They're going to take a single here. So Green Sox, whether they win this or not, they're not going to get to the finals themselves, but they certainly would help the likes of perhaps the Shooters with Defra All Stars. Now, the situation would be if Norbury wouldn't win, that they would stay on 4 points. Then Shooters and Defra All Stars, when they play each other, one of those 2 teams, the winner, would also be on 4 points. So then net run rate will decide who plays Sporting Alphas in the final later. That's 4 runs. The first boundary off the morning. 4 carreras. Okay, so that's all the information with regards to why this match is important, especially for Norbury. Now let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a bit more about our setup here today. So we know that the forecast yesterday was telling us that there was going to be a good possibility of a fair bit of rain and also some unsettled weather like the wind. So we've tried to prepare for it. Last night we tried to prepare for it, and when we got when we got here this morning, all our preparations were in vain, kind of, because we had set up the tent in such a way that our ECN van was kind of partially covered by the van, so the equipment, a lot of the electrical equipment would be set up in the van, and we would be able to kind of partially outside and partially inside be able to set up. But when we got here, the tent was mangled, so that part of the plan didn't work. And that's going to be another wide, so 9 came off that first over. Yeah, the tent was mangled, so the tent had to be taken away. Let's watch this delivery first, and that's going to be another wide down the leg side, this time from, this is Nayak is doing the bowling, and Nevin Nayak. Yeah, the tent was mangled, so we needed a new tent, and thanks to Kevin and some of his ground staff, we managed to get another tent. So our setup at the moment is this is probably going to be another wide. It is another wide, so Nevin Nayak just can't get his line right at the moment. First over was bowled by Rohil Ahmed. So new tent, and the setup here at the moment is that Chris, who's normally sat by my side and he's got all the expensive technical equipment with him and he's pressing all the buttons, etc. He's in the back of the van where majority of the equipment is, and then we've got cables coming to me from the back of the van. I'm sat outside because I need to see what's happening out there. So I'm sat outside on a little table with a much smaller tent. Marzi, I think Marzi's sitting in the front seat of the van where he's doing the scoring from. So I think you need to picture it to see it. Now I wonder if Ali, who is doing his normal on the camp, we need to try and get Ali to try and film over here. It won't look pretty, but it's working at the moment. So that's set up. And the whole point of this is because of the wind. The wind is very strong. We know that there will, I mean, if we don't get any rain today, it'll be a miracle. We know that there will be some rain. Looking around me this morning, I could see plenty of rain all around here. I mean, the mountains in the background, they're just barely visible because of the amount of cloud cover. There's certainly some rain over there looking at the clouds. So there's rain all around us, but right at this moment, we're okay. That's the end of another over, and score moves to 17 without loss. Quite a few wides in there from Nayak, but 8 of that. Give you the 2 openers. We've got Thompson, who thinks about the single there. It says no, and we've got Vips. So Vips widen. So, hey, that's our setup. What about your setup? It is a Sunday morning. A bit of breakfast in bed. Let's say a few hellos to. There's been a lot of people in the chat already. John Heesum, I hope you're well and having a good start to your Sunday. They want the run here. Good backing up there from Vips. We'll get it. It will be off the bat as well, but I don't know where the ball hit because he doesn't look too comfortable there, Thompson. Oh no. Well, Thompson, I reckon that's got him in there. Cojones. The furniture may have been moved a little with that one. Oh, he's taking time to settle himself. He's checking that the guard is still intact. It's not the guard I'd be worried about. It's a good heavy ball. Once again there from Rohil. So you can probably hear the wind in my microphone, and maybe I think we might have the ones around the ground actually switched off because they're just going to make your viewing a little bit unpleasurable because there's a lot of noise. And that's played away quite nicely. It's a good shot. It's going to go all the way for 4, you know. It is 4 runs, 4 carreras. Warden gets that away. A little bit of width from Rohil Ahmed. Rob Thompson, I hope you're well, and I hope you're having an easy like Sunday morning. And John Heasom saying no coffee today. Thank you. Yeah, I'm missing bringing you your coffees. White coffee, 1 sugar. Who else we got with us? We had Paul with us as well. Julian Dawson. Good morning, Julian. Hope you're well and having a lovely Sunday. I want to take this on, and they will get there as well. Kind of asking the question, but that's not out, says John Howden. Who else we got here? Apollo. Mr. Kempin was saying, good morning, Rico and the gang. Well, good morning to you as well. Of course, he's referring to Mars, Chris, and also to Ali. And so, an unusual setup here. Nick the Brown Bear, hello to you. Hope you're having plenty of honey this morning. What else? Bit gusty. Yes, it is a bit gusty. That's a good way to put it. It's very gusty. That's good delivery. I suppose this is the sort of weather where we've seen a lot of slower bowlers in action here and been very effective. Be interesting to see how they go today. 23 without loss, because let's just say some of the slow stuff is going to be taken by the wind. Also, for the batters, depending which way they're hitting and which way the wind is blowing, the batters also will struggle. You could be seeing a lot of good shots go aerial, but not going to the boundary, which normally would. It's like, you know those makeover programs that you see on all the channels these days? You know, makeover. These people come and they look at your place and they do it up. It's a bit like that here. I've got me tent and they're coming around and they're adding some nice finishing touches to it. I'm getting a window now. I don't know if this is a good idea though, because I think the wind might just turn that into a sail. Maybe that's what they want to do. They want me to disappear. I'll be on the Alfest Pier pretty soon, I reckon. The Alfest del Pier. But yeah, I think I'm giving you an idea, folks, of what the weather is like. I don't know if Ali at some point might get a shot of it, but it's let's just say it's quite an unusual setup, but it could work. Visibility could be a bit interesting for me, because if anything goes to the long on boundary, where of course a lot of catches went down yesterday, the players will be happy to know I'm not going to be able to see them all, so I'm not going to be able to dig into the players unless I do what I'm doing now, which is walk all the way around the van and look over. So I'm kind of blinded on that part of the ground. I tell you what I'll do. Maybe if I can get Chris's attention at the end of the over, I'll walk outside the tent, and if we can get a message through to Ali, I'll give you all a wave and show you where we are. So at the end of the over, we'll try and do this, so you get a good idea of our setup and also what's happening here behind me. So yes. Single gets taken. Green Sox, they haven't performed to what they know their ability is. Let's just say that they should have won their first match number 2 against the Defra All-Stars. They were only chasing 149. They were in full control, and they just let it go. It was one of those we like to say it was theirs to lose, and they went on to lose it. After that, they gave Sporting Alfas a very good match, trying to chase that 226. They had to play back-to-back, which probably didn't help their cause. And they fell 52 runs short there. So day one, even though they lost both those matches, they put some good performances in. But it all went wrong yesterday for them. They got absolutely blown away by the shooters. That's why the shooters have given themselves a chance this morning. If Norbury were to go down here, they were thinking about 2. They're not going to get it. I think that's the over. So we're going to see if this works. So I'm going to go outside my little home here, and I'll give you all a little wave. And I'll say, muy buenos dias, everybody. Welcome to my new home. I hope you like the setup. Well, this is where Chris is inside here. He's doing his work. Marzi is, I think, in the front seat. Marzi, if you could open the door and maybe give everybody a wave. There's Marzi. And the decorators are in, everybody. They're doing up. What do you think? What do you think of my new home? I think it looks pretty nice. Anyway, welcome and enjoy your day. Right, that's that bit done. I have to now negotiate myself to get back under the tent. It's a nice looking shot. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Muy bueno. Shaba, shaba. This is a nice little start from the two openers. So, Vibs Warden hasn't really got going in the tournament. He's got out cheaply a few times, being caught in that short mid-on area. And Milton Thompson gets given an opportunity at the top of the order. That's gonna bubble away just for a single on this occasion. Yeah, visibility maybe not the best, but better than being in the back of the van. So I'm not going to complain. Mind you, I might complain if the rain does come, but we'll find a way. Thank you very much to our gents. A round of applause to the home decorators. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Okay. Back to the cricket for a moment. Rohil Ahmed. Goes for the short one, and that's a lovely pull shot. And looked the business, didn't it? Warden was ready and waiting for the short ball there from Rohil. And that's a good strike. Well, that last over was a good one. It was a kind of all singles, wasn't it? That's the sort of thing that you're wanting if you're the sort of thing if you're the fielding side. That's another glorious shot, and this one is beautifully played right out the middle. He's well, looking good here on the final day, so maybe the Green Sox are going to turn on the style and cause a bit of an upset. Of course, shooters and the DEFRA All-Stars, probably more the shooters than the All-Stars because of the net run rate, but they'll be watching this. That's if they're up, which they're probably not, but if they are up, they'll be watching this and hoping that the Green Sox can cause a bit of an upset. Of course, Norbury, they're a very strong side. Especially when it comes to the batting lineup. In fact, they won't mind me saying that they're a much stronger unit with the bat than they are with the ball. We did see that yesterday in the match that they did, the only match they went down to, which was against Sporting Alfas. Asking the question, there's a big appeal. I don't know why the man at point is appealing. I don't know how much he can see. And not out, says the umpire. And not quite sure why the umpire signalled a leg by there, because I don't think it was a run. I think it was the dot ball. But anyway, the wind is playing havoc with everybody, perhaps. 44 after 5 overs. That was a very productive over. An expensive one. 15 coming off that. Now, who else we got joining in today? There's a couple of comments coming in. Now, the other thing, of course, about where I am, if I want to cough or do anything like that, I've got to walk all the way over to, I've got to get out, walk all the way over to the van and press the buttons over there because I can't reach the buttons from where I am. So it's going to be an interesting day. But hey, if the rain stays away and if we can bring you all these matches and you can enjoy the matches, it's all going to be worth it. Oh, that wind has just come gushing in again. I'm guessing, actually, here that they're not using bails. I'm going to go over to the screen here and see. Well, actually, they have got bails on. I'm quite amazed. Those bails must weigh a ton. They're probably extra heavy bails, or they're being glued on. If that's the case, then nobody's going to be out today. Ooh. I think there might have been something on this. I'm sure there was something on it. And that's my friend Vishwas Rayo Vilas, who I think even his own teammates did agree with me yesterday. Say, you're right, Rico. He is more of a stopper than a keeper. Well, he does stop it, but he doesn't catch it. I think that's a genuine chance to remove Thompson. So Thompson dropped there on 16. It's a load of appeals. The fielder there, that's a Rohil Ahmed, almost strips over his own feet. Yeah, Thompson gets dropped on 16, and Nayak to continue. What's Nick Brown saying? He used to do a bit of commentary for his local football club. It's a live stream, and his was set up was the front seat of a VW Golf. He say my tent looks luxurious. It's not a bad tent actually. I'm just lonely. I got nobody here. How's the song go? Lonely, I'm so lonely. I have nobody. Yeah, that's me, lonely. Nobody here. I got used to having Chris and Marzi next to me. I can't pick on anybody now. Oh, it's a wild hoik at that. It's the end of the over. Another good one for Nayak. 0 for 15. Should have had one, he'll say. 47 without loss. Who else is joining us in the chat? John Heesum saying, so when he sees me taking a, what shall I say? I can say it. When he sees me having a pee in a bucket, you know that we've gone very basic. Yeah, that would be a bit village. Hopefully it won't come to that. Hey, look, I've got the pond behind me. I'll just fill up the pond. By the way, to all those that were worried yesterday, the duck is fine. The duck is fine. That's a good shot. And that's going to be one bounce, 4 runs. Solid strike from Thompson. A bit of rain has just started to fall, by the way. I just leaned over to see where that one was going to land, and I felt it. So the rain has started just a little. But it could turn pretty nasty at any moment. We know that, looking at the forecast. Talking about that forecast, I'll give you what my device told me. There's ants everywhere, by the way. We've never had this problem before, and I think the ants know that the rain is coming as well. They're coming out of the ground and they're crawling all over me. But yeah, the forecast was that the rain would start around about 9:30, 10. It wouldn't be heavy. It's not heavy. It's just light rain. But would stick around for about an hour, disappear, and then about midday come back again and kind of stay with us all the way through. That one is going to be called a no ball. So no ball, I feel that that's because it was the second one in the over. So it's gone over the shoulder. Must have been the second. So no ball, 2 runs, no extra ball, remember. It's played nicely, but should be fielded. And of course, if the rain does start, it's not. It also is not nice for the players, particularly the fielding side, and depending the angle of the rain for the batters. But one thing I do know about the ground itself, the ground will handle the rain beautifully. It just disappears. The pitch itself, well, probably might become a little bit more livelier. No run there, as this one goes straight back to Rohil. A bit blustery, a lot of dark clouds around us. In fact, if I look behind me, because I can now, because my skeleton of a tent has no sides. That's a good shot, but there's a fielder there, and he's dropped it. First real opportunity for one of the outfielders to take a catch, and it's not been taken. I think that's Mali possibly out there. Madhu Mali, the father of the informed Drew Mully. So an opportunity doesn't get taken. And as Thompson, who gets another live. That's the end of the over as the wind blows away the hat on the head of the umpire. Yeah, big opportunity for Thompson. So Thompson's had given some chances. It was dropped off Nikes over number 6 by the keeper, and then he's been dropped again. This time it's by Madhu. Score 56 without loss. So it's a good partnership from these two at the moment. I've got little bits of pebbles all over the place that are helping to keep my bits of paper and things in place. That's firmly hit, but they have got the field set with this. Let's talk a little bit about the field. I'll have to get up to do this, so make sure I can see everybody. It's long on, long off on the boundary. Two sweepers actually on the offside. Extra cover on point are back, and we've got a kind of, I was going to say square leg, but he's in that position where you have a player in between the square leg and mid-wicket area, and that's Naik. He's on that leg side boundary as the wind comes gushing again. That's going to be too wide and called a wide by John Howden. And yeah, good morning to John Howden and also everybody else involved with Cricket España. A big thanks to the Federation of Cricket España, who have once again been the perfect hosts and looked after us well. It's going way down the leg side. Vishwas is quick on his feet today. He's nimble today, is Vishwas. I was talking to the boys of Norbury this morning when they were just warming up, or trying to warm up out there when the wind was blowing them off the feet. And they said, I said, "Hi boys, how you doing?" And said, "We're very well." They said, "We're not going to tell you any stories. We'll tell you after our game, because if we tell you now, you'll tell the whole world." Yeah, they've got to know me pretty well, haven't they? They'll take the single here. But can I just say, you know, for all the teams in this Woodson Cup, they've been absolutely great. You know, Norbury, Shooters, the Defra All Stars, and also, of course, Sporting Hellfest themselves. It's been wonderful. Green Sox. It's been wonderful to meet them. All teams and players that I've never met before. And that's the beauty, I think, of sport and the beauty of what we do. And as we travel, whether it's within our own backyard, like Sporting Hellfest kind of is for me, I guess, or we go abroad, wherever it is, we always meet sometimes old, but also a lot of new faces, and it's wonderful. And it's one way that our cricketing community and family is growing all the time. So it's been an absolute pleasure meeting all the guys, and of course with a lot of their families as well, who've been keeping in touch with me through the chat. And remember, you can do that. As I say, a morning to Tini Harmer, who's saying, "Morning ECN gang, morning to you." Okay, this is the man who, for some reason, we didn't see bowl yesterday in the second match. Is Sumer Sethi. And that's just going to be a single. Yes, Sethi in that match yesterday that Norbury lost to Sporting Hellfest, after taking, I think he took 2 for 22, he never came on to bowl in that match, and I couldn't understand why. Well, he obviously wasn't because of injury, because he's bowling here now, and I think he bowled very well. That one's just going to be scuffed at. They'll take just a single. Yeah, that didn't make much sense to me. Well, I say just a single. It's a misfield from the fielder there on the 45. He puts his hand up to say, my bad. Yeah, so Seti, we didn't see him at all, which was a big surprise. But he's bowling here now. He's got a good Yorker length delivery, and he did take a couple of wickets. Or those wickets he took were both bowled. It's just going to be a single, one of the fielders straight down the ground on the boundary there. Long on this occasion, does the fielding. Just place that down to the leg side boundary. They're taking it on. This is going to be risky, and that's out. Yeah, gone. Great work. Excellent bit of fielding there from Nayak. He was quick. He was onto it like a flash. Got the throw in, and it was a one bounce taken quickly also by Vishwas by one hand and knocks the bells off. So the first wicket will go. It always looked risky. They were taking on the fielder, and you just had the feeling that it wasn't going to end well. Really good work. Excellent pickup. He attacked the ball well, and he just knew if he picked it up one-handedly, then it was going to be in trouble, and that's what happened. So that's going to be the end of Varden. Good knock, though, from Varden. So Viswarden, 22 or 24 balls, gets run out. But really good, sharp bit of fielding. I don't think the two was on. They were taking a gamble. They didn't. Took the gamble. But the fielder does get there and does the job. So nice work there from Nayak. So the first wicket goes down with a score of 67. And well done also to my good friend Vishwas Rao Vilas. That's going to be a wide, a little bit too wide outside the off. Now I do always like to talk about the days that are being celebrated around the world. It's a good one today, you know, being that it is a Sunday. And we've seen a bit of this already from Kevin Lawden and some more of the Sporting Alphas ground staff. More on it in a moment. That's probably okay this time. So that will be the end of the over. Good over there from Sethi. 6 runs coming from it. 69 for 1. Yeah, Good Deed Day is a vibrant global event celebrated on a Sunday in April. It engages millions of volunteers from over 110 countries each year. At its heart, this day is a simple idea with surprisingly big reach. Anyone can improve a community with a practical, positive act, whether that means giving time, sharing skills, or cleaning up a shared space, or checking in on someone who feels overlooked. Yeah, Good Deed Day, Good Deed Sunday. It's played away quite nicely on the offside. Good Deed Day turns these everyday kindness into a shared wave of action, encouraging people, schools, workplaces and neighbourhood groups to show up and do something useful together. Isn't that a lovely idea? And of course there's been some good deeds done here today as well to get us, the ECN crew, set up, and we appreciate it. And of course, maybe you can do something in your community as well, as the rain is starting to come in a little bit heavier here. Well, we need the weather gods to do us a good deed as well. Just starting to come over now. The only good sign perhaps with this rain coming in is that with the wind also being around, maybe the wind can blow it away quickly. It's going to be interesting how long the umpires decide to stick with it. Goes for the sweep shot, doesn't get this right. I think he gets more of the pad than anything else. And yeah, there's a signal there from John Howden. Signals the leg buys. It's pretty uncomfortable, of course, for the umpires as well. John Howden hasn't even got a hat, bless him. So, the angle of the rain coming from, as you look at, it's coming from right into the bowler as he's running in, which is not nice. That's a good delivery. That will be the end of the over. So 72. And that's a good one there from Sunil. Sunil Moore makes a good start. And just he too, like the over from Sethi, just going for 6. So 72 at the halfway point, and Sethi takes the ball to bowl his second. And that's nicely played. Good solid push down the ground. Will just be a single though. So this field hasn't changed. Got the same setup. Long on, long off. Straight down the ground. You got sweeper on the offside, and that extra cover and point, and one solitary field on the leg side, which I think is Nayak. I mean, the back of his jacket that he's wearing says Nayak, but the number doesn't really correspond with the shirt numbers that the players are playing, because Navin Nayak is listed as number 5, but this field has got Nike on his back and it says 23. I tell you, I can't find out because the scorers will have him down maybe when it says the run-out details. I'm just having a look. Yeah, it does say Nike. So he obviously wears a different number in his normal club, 23, whereas in this tournament he's got number 5 on his playing shirt. Grishad Jaspal is the batter who came out at number 3. So bit of a change in the batting order, so he's been elevated. So this is now Jaspal, who's about to face. And goes to backward point, makes a nice stop there. That's Anish Sharma. And a big hello to Anish Sharma's family. I know that they are watching and they are tuning in. I bet you're hoping that Anish can perform well here today. Well, as I taught you, I'm just moving things around a little bit as the weather does start to get a little bit nasty and the rain starts to make its way into where we are, or where I am sat. That's kind of stopped by Vishwas as the ball crunches into him. Chris is putting all stuffs of plastic and covers and things inside the open door of the van to try and stop the cables getting wet. He's got to keep that door open because of me, unfortunately, because the monitor that I see, which shows the scores and things, is in the van. So that door is open for that. And also the cable for my headsets comes from the back of the van to me, as well as the power to my laptop. If only you could see it. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Just for memory's sake, I'm going to take a picture because these sort of things don't happen that often. Let's take a little picture. And maybe, hey, for those of you that follow me on the social media, maybe I'll put it on the social media as well, because these are the sort of things that if you don't see, you won't believe. But you can see also that while I've been talking to you, that the players have made their way off the field. So with 11 overs completed and the score 80 for 1, players have come off, I suppose, for hopefully a short period of time while this current batch of rain does go past us. So as that rain starts to come into where I am, and as I have to take some quick actions to try and save some of the equipment, I will sign off for now. But keep your eye on the screen and also on the YouTube chat. I'll try and keep you updated with anything or any news as it comes through. In the meantime, Shivam Kumar, thank you for joining us. Chris Edison was in there as well. Nice that you can join us. Hopefully I'll come back with some good news for you soon. Hello, Scotty. Great to have you with us as well. I just wish that we could have some of the weather, or the good weather that no doubt you're having there in Australia. But for now, I'm just going to sign off. I'm going to go into the clubhouse, get myself a nice hot cup of coffee, or maybe even some hot chocolate from Kate. Kate, you got any hot chocolate? If you have, start heating up the milk, because I'm on my way. But hopefully, folks, it'll just be a short break, and we'll be right back once this shower does pass. Rico Fool from the European Cricket Network signing off, but hopefully we'll be back soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Rico Poole here at the Sporting Outfits Cricket Ground, bringing some news about this match number 1 here on finals day. Weather came and it got pretty nasty at one stage, and that meant that the first innings, which we had 11 overs completed, had to come to an end. So where we are now, we're looking for the reply from Norbury, and using the DLS system, we know that the target, based on what they had on the board, remember at the time we came off the air, it was 80 for 1 after 11. So with the DLS system being applied, the target is 107. Give you some highlights about the weather at the moment. It's still very cloudy. There is a little bit of drizzle in the air, but we believe, hopefully, that we're going to have a pocket of weather which is going to allow us to complete this match without any further disruption. So we are ready to go. Thank you for your patience. Let's go out to the middle where the umpires are ready to get things started. So get ready to go. So we do get ready to go. We can have a look at how the runs were being scored there. So umpires back out. So changeover of the batting team. Norbury know they've got to get a score of 107. Nice to have you all back. Hello to Chris Smith, David Swan. So here's the first in the reply. And it's going up in the air, but there's a fielder up there. Could be a Royal Duck. He's caught it. He has caught it. There will be a Royal Duck. It's going to be a Golden Duck as well. And I've been waiting to press this button after learning all about it. Well, there it is. This Golden Wiki. And we have a Royal Duck. There's celebrations all around. What a good catch that was. I mean, he went down and then he had to find it in his left hand because the ball looked like it was escaping him, but he's held on to it. And that's a huge wicket. And there's going to be a Golden Duck. Coming out, and one more time, there it is, Golden Wicket. What a start. So wicket goes straight away. Norbury, remember, they needing to win this match to guarantee that they will play in the final a bit later. If they don't win it, then it leaves the door open for the likes of shooters or even the DEFRA All-Stars. But looking at the net run rate of those two teams, the shooters probably are in the better position. So wicket goes very first ball. Unbelievable. Well, that's played away. Yes, it's the call. And of course, that takes the main man out to the middle. Of course, that is Dhruv Mali. And let's see if we can get this scorecard up as well. So that was Ravi Daya going. What a catch that was by Alan Nichols. Off the bowling there, off Robert. Well, that's going to be a wide. 2 runs. So we start with a Royal Duck. The first Royal Duck of this tournament. Of course, we're into match number 9 now. Still the group stages, remember. Still got this one and one more after this in the group stages. Sure. Now this could be a chance. Oh, he's put it down. Can you believe it? What a massive moment. Dhruv getting dropped. Dhruv Mali, the man who hasn't been out He wasn't out yesterday at all when he scored 2 centuries. Could have gone for a 2-ball duck. That is massive. Oh, well. Drew Marley dropped on 0. Huge moment. Huge moment in this match. Parker again. And that's played nicely. That ball is going to skid across this wet, damp outfield. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Nayak. Well, what a start we've had. We saw Ravi Dahia go very first ball. Golden duck. Thanks to a great catch there from Alan. What a catch that was from Alan Nichols. And then we could have seen Drew Marley go very first ball. It's played out in the gap. It could be another 4. That's a beautiful shot. Lovely timing. And Navin Nayak playing some very nice shots here. And Ravi Dahia, when he was out, he took an age to walk off, didn't he? But he's got to be thinking about the team. These things do happen. Look, the way I look at it, if you're going to go first ball, if you're going to get a royal duck, it's better to get it in a match which possibly doesn't matter. Get it out of the way, get it out of your system. 12 for 1. Then after the first. And a good over there from Robert Parker. So welcome back to everybody. Hello to John Heesum. Ray Tipping joins us as well. Target 107 and 11. If a few people just asking, just to remind you all. The wind blowing quite strongly, but at least that rain, apart from little droplets that have been left in the atmosphere, has practically disappeared. And Rico Full here, along with the rest of the ECN crew, bringing you all the action. Marzi, who's scoring from the front seat of the car. Chris, who's pressing all the buttons from the back of the van. All the equipment set up inside, trying to keep it dry. The monitor that I'm usually referring to, which is my Bible in a way, is in the back of the van, and I'm having to lean over one of the doors that is open to have a look at it, to see the scores and see the action. And only my headsets and the cable, the power source to my laptop, braving the weather. Hits him on the pad. He goes right across the line. There's a big appeal. Not out, says umpire John Howden. This is James Cherry with the ball. So just to remind you, that score was, of course, 80 for 1 after 11. So there were still 9 overs left. So based on that, the DLS Stern method was applied, and that's why the target is at 107. So that's the target. 107 off 11. And for people that are wondering, we need to get 5 overs in for this to be constituted as a match. So once 5 overs of this second innings have been bowled, then we will have a result. So it's probably pretty important, I guess, that Norbury take that into account when it comes to these first 5 overs. You want to be ahead, don't you? You want to be ahead. And that's something surely that they will realise, the experience and knowledge they have of the game. That's good delivery. It's going to bobble and has partially stopped there. Now, if you think you recognise that man who's wearing the number 13 shirt, well, you're right. It's John Woodward. John Woodward partially makes that stop. There he is in your screen. That's Woody. And normally used to seeing Woody wearing the same kind of red as the umpires in the Madrid CC shirt, but Woody has been listed for the Green Sox in this one. They've had a few injuries. That over comes to an end. It's a good one. 18 for 1. Nice over there by Cherry. 12 came off the first. A bit of discussion here. I think the bowler may be asking something about, maybe he wants a bit of sawdust. I don't know if there is any sawdust. Yeah, you've got to be careful, I suppose, here, particularly on the mat. I don't think the outfield is an issue, but of course, with the mat being wet, there's every possibility that because there's no spikes allowed on this artificial surface, you've got to be careful when you're planting your foot, so you can't really be charging in. It's tossed up, and that's played nicely down the ground. That's just going to be a single. Now, the other thing, folks, just using my own experience in these matters, I would believe that they still have to use 5 bowlers. And I'm guessing one will be allowed to bowl 3, and the others have to bowl 2. That's what I'm guessing at. Somebody may confirm that for me. In the air, but wide off point, and it's a spectacular dive on the boundary to make the save. Beautifully well done. That's nice work out there. Saving the boundary. Yes, the drizzle does continue here. They go back here to Richard Parker. And that's now behind square. This one may not be stopped. It's going to get to the boundary. That's a nice shot there from Drew Mully. Remember, Drew Mully was dropped before he's got a run on the board, and it was a straightforward catch. It has to be said there on the 45. I can't tell you who it was by because the fielder is understandably so wearing a proper white cricket jumper over his jersey to try and stay dry and warm. 25 for 1. It's played for point. This one would just be a single. Yeah, so going to have to keep an eye on that run rate as well. I think they want to make sure that they always stay ahead. Now, I'm just trying to, of course, where I am, my visibility is so impaired. I can't see so much what's happening. I'm wondering if they are keeping a DLS score somewhere. I don't see it. Now, whether that's being communicated to the batters by the umpire. That's a lovely stroke. Wonderful shot there from Nayak. Remember, Nayak was involved in that very good run out as well. But Navin Nayak, beautiful flow of the bat to get that one away. Nicely played away. I want to also mention a very important day that's been observed today. It's a day which has a lot of value to a lot of people, but maybe I'll wait for an appropriate moment to give and bring you that. That's played away. Just going to be a single this time. The fielding down there on the boundary. And that's Jonathan Hanna, who's patrolling that area very well. Made a very good stop there a little bit earlier. That is the end of the over. 3 overs completed. 31 for 1 then. So, Wear a Star Day invites people to wear a simple star as a quiet sign of remembrance for children who are no longer here. Some were lost during pregnancy, others shortly after birth, and some in early childhood. It's not about making grief public or asking anyone to share more than they want. It's about offering a gentle, visible signal that love continues and that a child's life, however brief, still matters. I think that's it's a lovely way to remember. So we're a star day. So if you see people wearing a star, you'll understand the significance of it. As Anish Sharma walks past me here, hasn't got his pads on, Anish, which has me worried. And he says to me, still no lid. I think he's going back to no lid. Probably was 2 there actually, but they decide not to take it. So we're a star day. All about offering a gentle, visible signal that love continues and that a child's life, however brief, still matters. One of the days being observed today, as well as a good deed day. And the good deed day for us would be that the cricketing gods and the weather gods combine together and allow us to get through this day. And that is a beauty. Boom! Shaka lagya! Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Que vai que genial, que grande. Eso es 6 carreras from the man who is in incredible form. Let's talk about the form that Dhruv Mali is in. Of course, started yesterday with that 130 not out against the Defra All Stars, helping Newbury to 219, winning that one by 58 runs. And then we saw another century from him, 107 not out of 65. He was quite impeccable, and now he's been brutal. He gets a full toss that he muscles to the boundary. That's a big hit. Boom! Shaka lagya, 6 carreras más. Esta hombre es muy fuerte, Esta hombre es muy fuerte. आपने ध्रुव माली ने बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की है यार। कल इन्हें ना 2 मैचेस ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ बैक टू बैक सेंचुरी बनाया। 130 एक ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 107. So he's in incredible form. And you can't be bowling there to him, because if you do, you're going to get punished. Our bowling बहुत शोर हुआ। इतनी bowling ਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਕੁੱਟ ਤਾਂ ਪੈਣੀ ਆ, ਚੰਗੀ ਕੁੱਟ ਪੈਣੀ ਆ, ਚੰਗੀ ਜੁੱਤੀਆਂ ਪੈਣੀਆਂ, and that's exactly what Mali is doing. Mali, 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 hoi, oi, oi. Well, that has now really changed the balance of this match big time. 50 comes up in this, the 4th over. It's short again. He ain't learning, and he gets a swivel on this. A little bit the MJ style, and this time it's 4 runs. This over's gone 1, 6, 6, 6, 4. James Cherry. Oh dear. After a very good first over, which only went for 6 from him, now it's gone badly wrong. The thing is, it's not the first time that Cherry has taken a bit of a hammering in his bowling. I suppose this is where you have to say that Dhruv Mali, he likes chomping on cherries. Better delivery, lovely shot played, and that's going to be 4 as well. No stopping that. It's a classy shot from a classy batter. There's no doubt about it. I think he plays a good level of cricket back at home. And that's going to be 4 more. What an expensive over that is. Well, you can add them up yourself. 18, 22, 26, 27 off the over. 58. 58 for 1. 107 is the target. 4 overs complete. They've got 11 overs to do it in. So over number 5 to start. Have a quick look there at the maximum rate. Sporting Belfast are ahead, but Newbury not that far behind. They're not going to get 20 overs to try and improve that on this time round. And of course, do follow us and follow Dulutusi Karo. Social media the bitch, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. Follow Karo. Sana like Karo. ਤਾਂ ਨਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਨਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਪਰੈਡ ਵੀ ਕਰੋ, ਆਪਣੇ ਦੋਸਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ, ਆਪਣੇ ਫੈਮਲੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ, ਜਿੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਫੋਲੋ ਕਰੋ. Oh, he went a little bit early there, Naik. for the big shot, but what he will do is rotate the strike. He gets Dhruv Mali on strike. Remember the way the innings started here. Ravi Dahia went first ball, Royal Duck, and then with just a run on the board, Dhruv Mali, he was dropped, and it was a bit of a sitter on 0. It could have been a 2-ball duck for the in-star player, but since then he's added another 38 now. Let's have a quick look back at what we did see yesterday. Norbury, we were talking about them here. Norbury 219, Defra All-Stars 161, Dhruv Mali 130, not out 65. Ravi Dahia, who went first ball here, also made a half century. And there was good bowling there from the likes of Sethi and Rohil Ahmed. And, well, there we go. It's another wicket, and the catch has been taken. And well done by Milton Thompson. So, hey, that's all you can do. Just keep believing and picking up wickets. And they do have another one. That's going to be the end of Nayak. Nayak got them going, though. I think he's played a very important part. So Nayak falls for 17 off 11. Good catch from Milton. And a wicket there for Basson. Joseph Basson. So, yeah, Nayak played some nice shots there, especially when some of the other batters, including Dhruv, never got going. Important cut shots to get boundaries, to get them moving. But he now departs, gives an opportunity to the next batter to come out. And he's come out wearing, I like that, at least he's put his cricketing shirt on top of the hoodie he's wearing. That's Thomas Woodin, who gets given a chance here, coming in at number 4. And that means, that would explain why we did see Anish Sharma not wearing these pads. They've obviously decided that they're going to make a few changes here with the batting lineup. So Joseph with the ball. That's hit firmly in the air, and oh, he just went down a little bit early here, did the fielder. That's Alan Nichols again as the rain just starts to fall again. He could have done with another step. He had the time to do it. It's another opportunity that doesn't get taken. Oh boy, Dhruv gives another chance. It's not held. He's now dropped on 38 as well. Got to take those chances when they're there, and they don't. And Joseph, the same way that earlier on we saw that Parker had the opportunity, Richard Parker, to have the wicket of Dhruv. Joseph Basson also has that opportunity, but it doesn't get taken. It's a good first over, though, from him. Just a 4 from it. And that 1 wicket, 63 for 2 at the end of it. And a 5, but he knows they could have had the big man, Dhruv Mali, back in the shed already. Edge. But gets past the keeper. Nothing that the keeper could do about that. And that's Robinson, who's behind the stumps. And quite amazing views of the mountains here behind us at the moment. That's played away. Oh, last minute deviation, but well watched there by Jonathan Hanna. Yeah, of course, we've talked a lot about those mountains, the Sierra Halada Massif, which can be seen in the distance from where I'm sat, and, but not quite looking the way they are now. It looks like, looks very volcanic. That's a nice shot from Wooding. Beautiful footwork. Exquisite shot, this. Yeah, a lovely cover drive Footwork was epic. Timing was beautiful all along the deck. And let's just say that ball is going to come back nice and wet after that. What a good shot that was for 4. As Wooding hits his first boundary. Delightful shot from Thomas. Alan Nichols slightly fuller this time, and that's a good delivery. It's a genuine leave on this occasion from Wooding. Wooding supporting a magnificent cap as well. He plays that away. It's going to go behind the point. They haven't got a short point in. Just looking at this field, they've got a short mid-wicket catching position, and then they've got point and cover on the boundary. Short, a very short mid-off, and then they also have a deep mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket is short and square leg. Now this one is going to try and get it in the gap, but once again, good safe work there from the fielder. That's nicely done. And that's the end of the over. It's not a bad over at all, actually. There was the 1 boundary from it. But just the 8 runs come off the over. Takes the score to 71 at the end of the 6th. You can hear the batting side, Norbury. Come on, boys, come on, come on. I don't want them to fall behind. 107 the target. So you can see that they're needing 36 of 30 balls to run 7 and over. You can see it. Another fielder has opted to take the white jumper to try and keep warm. And that's hit firmly, but to the fielder. Good work from a man who took a good catch earlier, Milton Thompson. Been very impressed with Thompson in the field. I think at times he's bowled very well as well. Probably will see him with the ball at some point too. It's a good looking shot, but there is a fielder out there. We'll have to watch the bounce, and does well in these slippery, skiddy conditions. Joseph Masson back with the ball, bowling his second, and that's a very good shot. Really, really good shot. The thing about this shot is Drew Mully knew where the ball was going to be, and he makes something out of it. He quickly skips across his stumps. He shows all 3 pegs by jumping across on the offside, but he's very quick to work the ball away. He knows there's nobody there on the boundary, on the leg side, on the 45. Really good shot from a player who's in excellent form. So he moves to 47. A man who scored back-to-back centuries. Looking to make and add another half century to that. And he'll settle for a single here as this one gets away from the fielder. Let's say a few hellos to a few people in the chat. And Spanish Meg is asking me, what would happen if the final is a washout? Team with the highest points net rate wins, right? This one's worked well. I don't think this is going to make it to the boundaries. A long chase there for Milton Thompson. And he will get there and get the throw in. No, based on my experiences and my knowledge with these tournaments, yeah, that's what would happen. Unless there is some tournament rule where if the teams are tied in the same number of points, that is decided in another way, toss of the coin or bowl out or something. I don't believe that is the case with these tournaments. That's pretty well hit, but there's a fielder there. Oh, he's got himself into a no man's land position, really. it's one of those where I think you have to decide to go for the catch or decide to make the stop. One or the other. Got to make a decision either way. I think Alan Nichols, I think he's the player who's in that position, was in two minds. I think the better option was to go for the catch. He doesn't. That means he's allowed Wooding to go for the big shot and get away with it and get another boundary. So this match is very quickly getting away from Greenstock. Just have a look at some of those clouds there in those shots that Ali is providing with us. And fortunately for the moment, they're not above us, but they're hovering around us, aren't they? And you can see that the wind as well is pretty gusty. 84 for 2 then. Nice shot. Is happy just to take the single. Dhruv moves now to 49. I was having a look at some of those delightful awards that will be presented a little bit later. Some of the trophies, that's pretty full. Not quite where you wanted this to go, but it will be pretty effective. Won't get a boundary, but we'll get a couple. Will Thomas Woodin. Yeah, looking at those beautiful trophies. And once again, big shout out to Alicante. And of course, that's an organisation that John Woodward and Madrid sees, and this tournament, one of the charities that they do sponsor. The keeper just wanted to make a change here and support. And of course, Alicante looks after people with intellectual difficulties and help with various classes to help them function in society. And in addition, teaching them trade. That's going to be too wide on this occasion from Alan. And they also, in that trade, carpentry is part of it, and they make these beautiful trophies. And they're the trophies that will be given out to the winners, and also to I saw one there for the best batter, etc. So it makes you think, with the best batter, surely it's going to be between Dhruv Mali and Christian Munoz Mills. And the way things are going here, these two will, Norbury and Sporting Alphas, will meet in that final bit later, scheduled for 4 o'clock local time. So yeah, who would be your pick? Both have been batting sensationally well. Both have scored 2 centuries. And Dhruv Mali at the non-striker's end here at the moment, on verge of another half century. It's going to be 2 more for a wide and make that 3. 2 for the wide and 1 for the 1 run that they have completed. It means that with that run, it means that Dhruv will stay off strike, but they'll take the 3. 8 overs completed, 96 for 2. Also, the other charity that the proceeds, or half the proceeds, go to is Al-Sama, which is a charity supporting a refugee camp in Lebanon. And once again, classes to the kids and also teaching them cricket. And I know that there was more money that was coming in yesterday. I don't know the official count, but yesterday at one point, close to 1,700 euros was raised. Of course, a lot of that came from the dinner that was hosted the other night, where there was a raffle, and there was also the auction of a bat, which had signatures from the England and the Indian team. That was, I think, from 2023, I believe. So big shout out to all of the teams that were at the dinner and helped to raise all those funds. That's going to be 4 runs, and it ends up pretty close to me in my little, well, what do you call it? My little camping spot. That's the best way to describe this. It looks like I've parked up in a little van, got me told to go out, sat down, and decided to enjoy the cricket. I wouldn't mind if I had some of the old cooking equipment with me as well. I could have got a fire started. That would have helped to keep me warm. Another wide there, so 100 now comes up. Well, this match might get done without Drew getting another chance. 102 for 2. So it's just Bile with the ball. And, well, he will go on strike here now. So 103. Just 4 required. And remember that Drew Mully is on 49. Is he the man who scored 2 centuries yesterday? Never got out. Is he going to get another one here? He probably should. Is he going to give a catching chance? Oh, he does give a catching chance, but it's put down. It's gone for 6. That's going to be the end of the match. And Drew Mully will finish the way that he started. He started by giving a chance before he scored, and he runs, and the catch was put down. And he'll finish by giving a chance to be caught on 49. But the chance not taken on this occasion by Milton Thompson. The ball's gone through his hands for 6. And that will be the end of the match. Norbury have put their place in the final with a win here. They do it with plenty of balls to go. Just needing 8.4. 8 overs and 4 balls to do it. And Drew Mully, 55. Not out. They can't get him out, even when he's giving the chances. And that's the thing, he is giving chances. The opportunities are there, but they're not taking them. So that's the end of that contest. Well done to both sets of players, it has to be said, because it wasn't easy, was it? It was not easy out there at some points, but both teams wanted to play, got out there, ended up being a 11 over a side match. And after 80 for 1 of 11 overs, the rain came. We never got out there to complete the first innings. So using DLS, 107 was the target. And it was 11 overs to try and get there for Norbury. They only needed 8.4 and they get the victory. So well done to them. They will have put their place in the final now. So that means that the next match that we have coming up in about just over half an hour's time, the Shooters are taking on DEFRA All-Stars, and that one is they're just playing for a high finish really. Two teams who have got a win to their name. Shooters were very good yesterday with their victory, and they were after firing blanks on day one, where they lost both their matches yesterday. They came out in style and blew away the Green Sox. They scored 232, and remember, Avadish Sharma, he scored 101 and not out of 37 deliveries. So they're up against the DEFRA All-Stars. The All-Stars, they put a fighting performance in against Sporting Alface yesterday, but went down by 92 runs when they were trying to chase 269. But they did get a win, didn't they? A surprise win against Green Sox in match number 2 earlier in this tournament. So we are going to take a short break here now, and I just want to say a big thank you to everybody that has been tuning in. It's been great to have your company on this Sunday. I hope you're having a really great Sunday, but I also want to thank you for your patience. It's never nice when you're hanging around, but thanks for your patience, thanks for your support, and of course a big thank you to all the players. But do join us in half an hour's time when we have the next match coming up. The Shooters are going to be taking on the All-Stars. One thing I can tell you is it will be entertaining. There'll be some action, there'll be some drama, and I believe there'll be some comedy as well. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday. Join us back in half an hour's time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get set for the encounter between the Defra All-Stars and the Shooters, two teams that are very keen to go out there. Remember, both the teams now know that they can't make it into the final, which of course is scheduled after this match at 4 o'clock local time. So this is all about going out there and enjoying this match and, well, maybe try to bring up some good, nice personal and team highlights. Both teams have had a good time here in Alpha SLP. I know that the All-Stars found a very nice place to go and have some nice tapas. So they are, well, looking forward to this match after a nice evening out. And they've got Christian Munoz-Mills, the Spanish team captain, to thank for his advice to tell them where to go. So they've had some good Spanish food. They're ready to go. The Shooters themselves, well, let's just say that, well, they did have a good meal, but they also ended up at the casino. And they did tell me, well, sometimes you lose, sometimes you learn. Well, they might have learned a few things from the cricket they played yesterday as well, because they played some good cricket and they're looking forward to another good outing here. But when it comes to the coin toss, well, they're having worse luck than the casino. They've lost the toss once again, and that's why they are in the field. I think they would have preferred to have a bat first. So we're going to see the All-Stars having a bat. The umpires are out there. Why don't we join them for the start of this match? Quick look at the recap there. Thanks very much to Rado giving us the coin toss news there. So this is match number 10, and it is the All-Stars who have won the toss, and they have, as I said, elected to have a bat first. And the All-Stars, they have, like the Shooters, they have had a win to their name, and they're hoping to add another one. They entertained us well yesterday, on and off the field, it has to be said. So let's see how they go here. Still pretty windy, but the good news is the rain is staying away and things around us are starting to look just a little bit brighter, which is good news. So ready to start with the Shooters in the field, having been put in the field to start off with. Oh, that's a wild one when it's hurt the fielder who's at slip. It's a great throw, actually. But I think he's hurt himself there. That came through the keeper, through to him. He's got his fingertips on it, and it hurt. Kendi ayar mere sad lucky. Well, they are called the Shooters, and I think that one's shot his fingers out of joint. Welcome back, everybody that's joined us in the chat. A lot of chat about some other cricket happening around the globe. Here comes Asif again. Asif Mohammadi. He's bowled with a lot of pace during this tournament. Starts with a short delivery this time again to the other opener. The first ones on the board were byes, but that one is played off the bat. Solidly played. And had to get right back to play it as well. And that's Jack Andrew, who gets himself off the mark. That's in the air, but gets past the fielder, and that's going to be 4 runs, 4 carreras. It's a beautiful shot for 4. Nicely played, good shot. Good shot. Rocks back. Cuts that away beautifully. Ed Hawker. He's a good batter. And I think he was ready for the short delivery. But that one didn't come up as much. Be interesting to see how the actual strip, the pitch behaves. Now it's had a little bit of water on it. Wait. Asif makes the stop and gets into a little bit of a tangle with Andrew. Welcome to everybody to Alfest LP here on the Costa Blanca in the Alicante region. That one's a short one, no wide call by the umpire. That will be the end of the over. 6 without loss. See Johnny Braithwaite out there in the middle. Braithwaite, of course, played a lot of his cricket here at Alfest and now doing quite a lot of umpiring. So 6 off the first. Good tidy over there from Asif, showing us once again that he does have a fair amount of pace. Yeah, certainly looking much brighter, and it's a much more pleasant, even getting some warmth now as maybe the sun is going to make its way out there. Oh, that's not the best bit of fielding there. They will get 2 runs where I think if it was picked up straight away, there could have been even a chance of a run out there because the non-striker had committed straight away, had Hawker. And if the fielder had stopped that, Hawker might have been in trouble. Well, that's good delivery. And of course, this is Niraj. Now, Niraj was having a chat with him a bit earlier as well. Was having a chat with the shooter guys. They're a lovely bunch of lads. And of course, Niraj says, yes, I am the ballerina. With that action of his, that's a nice bit of fielding. And, well, the ballerina was pretty productive yesterday as well, wasn't he? 4 for 15, the best bowling figures in the tournament so far. Niraj Parekh. So the ballerina. Let's have a dance, shall we? It's up in the air, hit it really well. The bounce will help the fielder. Gets a good throw in, but good running once again there from Hawker. Gets back. So because we did have a nice break, around half an hour, it was nice to have a chat with the players. And, yeah, Robert was telling me that they went to a nice tapas place, enjoyed some good tapas. Recommended to him by Christian. That's in the air. What a grab. What a grab that is. It's a great catch. It was hit pretty hard and firmly by Hawker, but it's a nice sharp catch by the fielder. Short, mid-wicket. I'll tell you who that is in a bit. It's the man with the blue cap. And, with no numbers on the back of the shirts. There are names there, but very hard to read. I think shooters will be redesigning new shirts for the next time they come out. It makes it a lot easier for the scorers and the commentators to know who they are. But he takes a good catch. It was hit pretty firmly. Now that's going to be the end of Hawker. Hawker will go for 6 of 7. And it's another wicket for Niraj. Well, we were having a lot of discussion, weren't we, about the best batter. Who will it be? Will it be Dhruv Mali, who, to my calculations, has scored 321 runs. Only been out once, so he's got an average of 321. And Christian Munus-Mills, I think he scored about 250 runs, says Christian. So that'll probably be the battle of the best batter. Well, bowler-wise, well, Niraj certainly has got his name in the hat with another wicket. Yes, it's the shot as the new batter scrambles to get himself home. Yeah, Niraj just bowled very well. The ballerina, end of the over. And it's another one that only goes for 6, but there was the wicket there as well. It takes the score to 12 for 1. Yeah, so going back to what the teams got up to last night. So tapas, it was for Defra All Stars, whereas the shooters, it was the casino. And they had a lot of pleasure in saying to me that the captain, Sanjay Chaudhary, he's pretty good at winning at the casino, but not the coin toss. And I liked what I think it was Niraj was saying. He says sometimes, sometimes we lose, sometimes we learn. Quick delivery. And of course the shooters, a lot of these players are from an area of the UK that I know very well, the Harrow area. So hello to some of the family, friends and partners of the shooters family. They're from the Harrow area. Harrow there in Middlesex, the UK. That's nicely played. Works that away nicely, does Williams. Are coming back for a second. And also a big shout out to everybody out there that's supporting the Defra All Stars. Got a few more people joining us in the chat as well. Barek is the Island Swan Lake bowler, is what Polo Kempin is saying. Super catch. It was a super catch. I'm trying to get my scorecard up. If it does come up, I can give you some details about the catcher. That's just played up in the air, gently bump ball. And yeah, the cloud cover interfering with the technology. The catch was taken by a man who was ready to take the catch. That kind of gives it away, doesn't it? A really good catch taken by Reddy Madirala. Reddy Madirala takes a good catch. Sudhir is his first name, but it was a very good catch. It was absolutely cream crackered, it was. So a good hold there from Sudhir. Reddy Madirala. Oh, big swing and a miss. Nice take behind the stumps from the keeper. That's Rachit Jola. Tucks him up again right into the body of the batter. They'll just take a single, as if that's the fielding of his own bowling. Over is called. He'll now walk over to the Alfas olive tree, because he's been fielding in that zone. That's his 2 overs. Have only cost just the 8 runs so far, so just 2 of that one. $15 for 1 after 3, and we are starting to get some of the brightness that is starting to come out here now. That's always a good sign. And hopefully it will turn out to be a very nice day after all. I hope you're enjoying the day you're having. Oh, that's pretty close, you know. And the umpire, quick shake of the head, says not out. A good pick up and throw that. That had to be quick, had to be sharp, had to be sliding. The bat in to get home. It does make it, does Jack Andrew. Been joined out there now by Tom Williams. Should just be a single. Asif comes across, and yeah, they know that Asif has got a very strong arm, and that's why Williams puts the hand up, says no, just stay there. Well, somebody was saying something, and the batter just seems to be distracted. I don't think it was one of the players, actually. It was somebody else from outside the field of play. It's another one that just gets worked away onto the leg side. The slightly quicker delivery that time from Niraj. I know that myself and some of the crew, it wasn't planned. We just ended up there. Ended up eating an establishment that Waka Ashraf is part of. It's very close to where we stay. That's going to be 4 runs. He's placed that beautifully in between the two fielders, and he's going to get 4 runs for his efforts. Good hit by Jack Andrew. And that's 4 runs to him. Hitting it firmly off the back foot. Quick look at this field. The 2 players that are back at the moment just are pretty close to me. Actually, I mentioned Asif is close to the olive tree. They've always got Abhinay, who's at the mid-wicket boundary. So both those players pretty close to each other here on the leg side. And, well, this one is coming pretty close to me. That's going to be 4 runs. It hits the tree. It's going to be 4. No. It's well, John Braithwaite should know. Johnny, you should know. John goes to signal the 6 and then changed it at 4. So that's the first one that we've had here where it should be 6. I mean, the batter will want 6. He clobbers it, but he hits the top of the tree and the branches start swaying. And any time that ball hits the tree, it's going to be 4 runs. So 4 it will be. No hay 6, hay 4, porque hay árbol ahí. Here comes Niraj again, this time slightly quicker. Good comeback. He's asking the question. He thinks there might be something on it. And the umpire says nada. Good take also there from Rachit Jola. Not out, says Braithwaite. End of the over. There's last. And, well, Braithwaite should know about the tree. And I think that's why he's getting a lot of stick from some of the home fans, some of the Sporting Outfest guys. I say, come on, Johnny, you should know. Lovely views also at the moment of the mountains, how the clearing of the skies. A bit earlier when I was looking at that Sierra Helada Massif, it really looked like there was volcanic action happening there with all the mist and the cloud cover surrounding it. But now it's almost like the misty, steamy window is starting to clear up, and you can start to see the beautiful detail of the Sierra Helada Massif and also the town that's underneath it. Looks quite spectacular. Some great views of some of the scenery around here as the action continues in front of us. It was 26 for 1 after the 4 overs. And that was a productive over for the batting side. And that one from Niraj going for 11. So the makers change as Murala comes into the attack pretty early. It's in the air. They haven't got anybody back there. And that's going to be 4 runs. 4 más. They're sticking with this plan of the 2 boundary fielders kind of on the leg side. Looks like Abhinay Rathore is the player that's come off the field. So Murala, who's listed as the 12th, is on and having a bowl. Remember, that's one of the tournament rules. The 12th man can bowl but not bat. So Murala can bowl, but he won't be allowed to bat. That one doesn't miss by much. Murala's been pretty effective. Murala, because he's carrying a bit of an injury, is normally the team captain, the on-field captain. But because of his injury, he's passed that on to Sanjay. And Morala is just coming on to the ball high in the air. Now, where's this one going to land? It's going to miss the tree. And they're only going to get, I think, a single here in the end. It's got a long way up, doesn't have the distance, misses the tree completely. Remember, if it touched any of those tree branches and even didn't go past the boundary rope, it would have been 4 runs. But that one misses the tree. And the fielders are able to do the fielding. They have put a sweeper out on the offside now. And they've moved a sieve in. And now some work to be done in the field once again. That's nicely done. And gets the throw in there as well. Geeing each other up are the shooters. Morala. I got him! Full and straight. Morala sends in the Yorker, knocks the stumps over. That's going to be the end of Jack Andrew. Jog the party! Morala goes full, and it's one of those which is sneaked under the bat of Jack Andrew. Andrew makes a healthy 18, but does have to depart. Courtesy of that delivery, perfectly bowled by Morala. He's got his radar switched on, and he knocks the stumps over. Timber! And Morala, it's not the first time that we've seen him do that. I think of the dismissals that he's had so far, there's probably been 3, if not 4 of them, have been when he's got the ball right onto the stumps. Well done, well bowled. And that means that we're going to see, happens right at the end of the over as well, so 33 for 2. Williams will be on strike as it is the end of the over. The new batter, if my eyes don't deceive me, looks like it's Joe Strummer that's come out at number 4. Yeah, a few people admiring that the mountain range. 6.5 kilometers. Is the Sierra Halada Massif. Next to the sea, has a maximum height of 438 meters. And as a result, it offers trekkers magnificent views and interesting flora and fauna, and also a nice view of the bay that's been caught wide by Braithwaite. Yeah, it has lovely views from there, and also it's area of special protection, especially for birds which nest on the cliff faces. Oh, it's another swing and a miss here as Niraj continues. His last over was a little expensive by Niraj standards, 11 from it, but he's coming back well here to Williams. That was a bit shorter, it's guided away. It will just be a single as that's one sort of push to the man who's at that backward point area. So they have got a fly, kind of a fly slip in the catching position. An interesting field position really, because Niraj doesn't really bowl with a lot of pace. So he's not quite, I wouldn't say he's quite a third. He's more of a fly slip. He's there in the catching position. He makes subtle movements to get ready in that position. Well, if you're there, you better do your job. And ooh, pretty close. I think the batter has to dive to get in, and I think that's there from last. I think the batter just gets himself in. They're just as well, Strom. Otherwise, Robo Duck would have been on the screen. Of course, Robo Duck is our Duck Wiki. And speaking of mountains, you know, one thing that does surprise a lot of people is that Spain is second when it comes to mountainous countries in Europe, behind Switzerland. Of course, as well as the mountain range that we have here, the Sierra Massif, we also have the Pyrenees and Sierra Nevada. And of course, we had wonderful views of the Sierra Nevada when we were in Granada. Stunning ground. And hello for anyone that's tuning in from Granada. That's the end of the over, and a good one. 36 for 2. Just the 3 of that one. That's a bit more like it. That's a bit more what you'd expect from Niraj, and he's now completed 3 of his overs. 1 for 20. Yeah, some of the other attractions around here is the functioning Albert Lighthouse. Something that a lot of visitors do tend to enjoy. And mountain walking, bicycle rides or strolls along trails, which is full of interesting points all around this area of Alfaz. So a beautiful place to come and wander around and see. And as you've probably already heard, plenty also to do from when it comes to the evenings and the nightlife. A little bit of everything, whatever tickles your fancy, really. Murala short this time in the air. Fielder there, drops it. Drops the catch. Doesn't go to the boundary, and ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹਾਈ ਕੈਚ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਛੋੜ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਪਏ ਮੇਰੇ ਹੱਥ ਭੱਜ ਗਏ ਯਾਰ ਬੜੀ ਠੰਡ ਆ ਇਹ ਠੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਨੇ ਕੈਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਫੜ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਏ ਮੇਰੇ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਏ and well now hurting hands or not, he's got to do some more fielding, and he does. Of course, I've got no idea who that is because I can't read the name and there's no numbers on the back, so unfortunately I can't dig into him, whoever it was. But he puts the catch down. Ooh, there's an edge on this, but it gets away from the keeper. They're the kind that either stick or they don't. So Williams does get a life. The catch goes down right at the boundary. I suppose the fielder, what he does, he's still shaking his hands around. Well, this one's going to be just over the short mid-wicket. The fielder has come around nicely to sweep. And gets the throw in. And now they're going to get buzzers, overthrows. Well, that's not nice from the shooters. You can see one or two of them are looking around at each other and saying, come on, boys, we can do better than this. Let's tidy this up. Murala, not impressed. That's in the air. It's going to just bounce before the fielder gets there. Somebody's saying anchor butterfingers. Yeah, anchor butterfingers. Or you know what I would say to that, Paolo? And I would say, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਫੀਲਡਿੰਗ ਕਰਦਾ ਚੋਰੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਪਰੌਂਠੇ ਖਾਦੇ ਦਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਘੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕੀਤੇ ਹਾਲੇ ਹੱਥਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਘੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਆ ਬੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਰ ਹੋਈ ਜਲੇਬੀ ਖਾਇਆ ਕਰੋ ਜਲੇਬੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਬੰਦਾ ਖਾਂਦਾ ਨਾ ਹੱਥ ਚਿਪ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਜਦੋਂ ਚਿਪ ਕਰਦੇ ਨਾ ਬੋਲ ਜੁੜ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕੈਚ ਫਾਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਯਹੀ ਜਲੇਬੀ is not your aloo parontas when you're fielding. The aloo parontas come in handy when you're batting. You can hit the ball harder. Trust me, it's true. End of the over. 45 for 2. Murala will feel he's been hard done by there. That should have had another wicket or two, perhaps. Niraj, he's going to get this one lobbed over the backward points. A long chase. Andale. Eva. Chases it well. And the batters will get a couple. Niraj dances back to his monk to once again show us his delightful Little routine as he comes into bowl. The ballerina. Let's hit up in the air. Fielder will drop it. It's another catch that goes down. Oh boy. Well, the shooters, maybe they are shooting themselves in the foot at the moment here. Niraj should have had another. Probably not the easiest of conditions for catching, but another one gets dropped. Williams again. Now he's dropped on 14. Full toss. This one won't go to hand. I suppose the only thing here really is that, okay, Williams has been dropped a couple of times. They're not holding on to their chances, but so far, Deaf All Stars haven't really flown away with this. They're not flying high. They're not scoring hugely well. This one may, again, just stop short of the boundary. It's going to be very well chased. That's good work from Massive. Didn't really get too much power in the shot, did Williams. It's probably one that should have been put to the boundary, but he scuffed at it. And Asif has come a long way around to make the stop. Good athlete is Asif. Niraj. That's the quicker delivery. Play straight to the fielder. Good pick up, good throw, but very good backing up there from Stroma. He was there quickly. And even though on this occasion the fielding was pretty sharp, Stroma was always going to make it back. Niraj then completing his spell. 1 for 27 so far. And should be just a single. So well bowled to Niraj. Porek, 1 for 28. And he knows, and we knows, it perhaps should have been 1 or 2 more. But he's bowled very well, and he certainly will be a contender for the bowler of the tournament. So well done to him, well bowled. Other things about this Alpha SLP, which is very interesting, is it does have, in July, a film festival. And the town is home to the famous Alpha SLP Film Festival, held every July, which includes Paseo de los Estrellas, a Walk of the Stars, similar to Hollywood. Just a single on this occasion, as the next over does start, and Murala will continue. Slow stuff is working at the moment. Murala, can he dart that Yorker again? Not the Yorker, will just be single. I think here at the moment the shooters are not going to be too concerned about just the tiki-taka. Tiki-taka won't hurt them. It's when the boundaries start that they'll start to be concerned. That one will be called a wide. Just misses his lines slightly, so the umpire says wide ball. And if you're just joining us, it's Good Deeds Day today. It's all about doing good deeds, whether it's for individuals or whether it's to do with communities or organisations. 4 runs. Nice shot. Had me off my seat. I thought for a moment that one might be coming in here, but it's gone over the fence. The little gate behind us has been opened. And Asif has fetched the ball and brought it back and passed it back to his captain, Sanjay. Sanjay Chaudhary gets the ball back to Murala. Nice shot from Stroma. He just chips that up in the air, but nobody in close. That will just be another single. So patiently working away the Deaf All Stars, trying to get themselves to a good score here. Let's into the pads, probably going down the leg. And Morella asked the question. A little shake of the head from the umpire, says not out. Over is called. The two umpires will meet as they cross each other's paths. Braithwaite, no doubt, wearing his Yorkshire shirt, and of course the trilby that he's now become accustomed for when he's doing his umpiring. Another fairly tidy over there from Morello. He's 3 overs, 1 for 25, 62 for 2. As we show you some more of the clouds above us, but clouds which are dispersing, and the darker clouds being replaced by the lighter coloured, fluffy, non-threatening ones. Hello to Udian, nice to have you with us. Udian saying he thinks he prefers T20 to T10. There's a little bit more strategy to it. And one thing, yeah, Udian, you're right. One thing you can do, of course, with the T20 is batter can certainly apply themselves better, can't you? You can, for example, here, Deaf All Stars they've already got a plan about the score they want to get to, and they can plan strategically how they get to that score. And the same way when you're chasing, you have a little bit more time. And one thing we've certainly seen in this tournament is that batters can take time to get in and apply themselves. A few people saying good afternoon, Julian. Beats him outside the off there. This is now Gopal with the ball. This is Sankar Gopal. It's in the air. Should be caught. And of course it won't be. That's the third catch that goes down. And it's Williams again who's got dropped. Well, Williams, on my count, that's 3 times he's been dropped. Now he's dropped for 19. The shooters. And maybe they used up all their luck yesterday at the casino, because they're certainly getting none of it here in the field. Mind you, it's not to do with luck, is it? It's just trying to catch the ball. And they can't do it at the moment. And that was another sitter, really. Sankar Gopal continues. That's worked away nicely, but there's a fielder on the boundary. Nicely done. That's Asif, who's patrolling the leg side boundary. Makes the stop and just underarms it in. End of the over. It's a pretty tidy one from Gopal. That's 10 overs now complete. And take the opportunity, as I like to from time to time, to just say hello to all the viewers that are tuning in from wherever you are around the world. It's amazing that you've been able to join us on this Sunday. I hope you're having a really nice Sunday. A lot of people in the chat at the moment. And how about a random question from me to you? How has your Sunday morning started? Have you had a little bit of nice breakfast in bed? As we return to the action, and this one is mullered pretty well, and the fielder makes a tremendous effort to try and save it. Ends up on the deck. That's a Centurion from yesterday. But there's Sharma. He got pretty close to the van, he did. But that's going to be 4 runs. Sharma picks himself back up as that gets thumped away. So straight after the halfway mark, we see a boundary. 65, remember, was the score at the end of the 10 over mark. And Murala, maybe they're going after him in his last over here. You know what's coming. Let's take him on, says Stromer. Good hit from Stromer. Hey, I've just noticed something. Cheeky boy is Chris. Well, Chris, he's hiding in the back of the van. And as he got there, he's got a kebab or something. Chris, well, there's me asking the viewers, What have you had on Sunday? Are you having a nice bit of breakfast in bed? What do you got there, Chris? Looks, yeah, very nice. Why not, indeed? Oh, good work from the keeper asking the question. Not out, says Braithwaite. Well, Chris has found something nice to eat. I reckon Chris planned this. Must have planned it the night before. Chris is tucking into a nice royo of something or wrap. What about you? And for me, I know before I got into the commentary and the cricket, if I wasn't playing cricket on a Sunday, Sunday had to be a kind of a breakfast in. Oh, you can't pick it up. Breakfast in bed kind of day. Oh, could be buzzers. No, there won't be. They used to always start with a nice cup of tea in bed, and then, if I was lucky enough, it was a nice cooked breakfast in bed. Usually not, though, but I still have the cooked breakfast. Hash browns and eggs sunny fried up. You've got to be sunny fried up, but I don't like the runny bit. You've got to give them a little turnover, just so you get the top of the egg slightly cooked, so there's none of that runny, I got to say, runny snotty stuff. That's going to be wide, so 2 for the whites and 1 for the run. What else would I... Yeah, some sausages, some bacon, baked beans, but I've said this before, the baked beans have to be curry-fied. All right, here we go. Another catch to go down. Doesn't get there. He's now have to fetch it, and while he does, the batters will take another. A chance is being offered but not being taken. This time it's Stromer who gives half a chance and it's not taken. It's the end of the over. Score 77 for 2. Murala finishes his spell. He's taken 1 for 37, and Murala will probably now signal to, yes he does, Ibane, and Ebene Rathore comes on, and Murala will make his way off, and he just gives a few suggestions to Sanjay Chaudhary. Says, you got to do this, you got to do that, and I'm off. And he's just letting the umpires know that he's going. And, well, I think that's Ali's better half is coming to say hello. Well, everything seems to be brightening up now. All right. Some few changes being made. Here is, I think it's Gopal who will continue. Sankar Gopal. That's nicely played away. It might even go all the way. You know, it's well timed. It's going, and gone. 4 runs. Good shot. Williams, who's had so much luck here today, has been dropped at least 3 times. Yeah, so the beans have to be, you know, apna turka laida na. Changa turka la ke, gande pa ke, thoda ja lasan, thodi ja mecha bhi dal do na. Turka ban janga na, ori bich apne beans pa lo. Yep, so fried onions, bit of garlic, bit of green chili. Add the beans to that, they're perfect. So yeah, baked beans. Yeah, of course you'd have some toast as well. It's a nice cooked breakfast, the way to start the day. And nobody likes naughty eggs, says Johnny. So this is also on its way to the boundary. The chase is on. It won't go all the way. And Polo Camping saying just finishing last night's kebab. Maybe that's Chris was doing the same. I don't know. And who else is in there? And we saw Ash. Hello, Ash. Hope you're well. Well, Ash, you should have been here yesterday. Ash is could be over here. He can't pick it up. Oh, yaar. ਉਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਨਹਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਬਣ ਡਿੱਗ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਨਾ ਚੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ for Sankar Gopal. Couldn't pick it up like a para, so if you did pick it up, he had a chance to carry out a run out there of Williams, but Williams Well, Williams is invincible today. Williams लगदा ना कोई अपना पूजा कीता बॉल ऊपर मारी जांदा कैच देई जांदा पर बंदे फड़दे नहीं. He's got all the luck. And Sanka Gopal goes back to his mark. I've got a good handy trick, John, with those naughty eggs now, actually. That's going to be wide. 2 more. It was a good first over from Gopal. Only went for 3 runs, but this one's not as good. So let's see anybody else who's come back. Well, everybody's talked about the lovely smile. It was a lovely smile, wasn't it? That's why I said it. Everything seems to be brightened up, and you can always brighten things up by just a simple smile. Hello to Mubin. Another appeal, no runs. Cheesy beans are rated. Cheesy, never had cheesy beans. Too many beans make you horse and cart. Yeah, right. We know where you're coming from. Yeah, Ash, you should have been here yesterday because Ash saved Derek. Well, we needed the Derek saving yesterday when it was hit. The ball looked like it was going for 4 runs and it just stopped. And then when we looked, there was a duck that stopped the boundary. It didn't make an impact on the match, thankfully. Can you imagine if that match was decided by 2 runs and it all went down to the duck? But it didn't come to that. Terry Richmond, baked beans, the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. Toot, toot. Okay, I like it. And anyway, breakfast. Anyone else used to have a nice special breakfast on a Sunday? Or has anybody had a nice special breakfast this Sunday? They go back to the pace. Well, toot, toot. It's not the baked beans. It's the Shooters Express. Just had a thought in my head now. We're talking about spicy baked beans. Spicy baked beans. Shooters powered by spicy baked beans. Well, this boy could be, couldn't he? Asif Mohammadi. Bowling over number 13. That's hit well and beautifully fielded. Should be out, must be out, will be out. That's sensational. That is brilliant cricket. And I got to feel a little bit here for, I think in the end it's Stromer, isn't it, that's going to have to go. And I just waited to check, but he's hit this so well. It's a sweet shot, but the fielding was electrifying. In fact, it is Williams that goes. So the man who's had all the luck, well, I just said there's no getting him out. And then when he does get out, he gets out to a bit of brilliance. It really was. He hits the ball beautifully well. And you know the feeling. When you hit the ball so well, you feel you've got to get something out of it. You can't play a shot like that and get nothing. So he goes straight away. But the fielder, rock and roll fielding, it really was. He stops the ball, he spins. Oh, that's what we saw from him. He stops the ball, does a spin, gets it back straight away to Asif, and Asif turns, stops, takes aim, hits the target, and they get the run out. Brilliant work all round. Well, what a wicket that was. That is finally the end of Williams. And Williams, who was dropped on my count 3 times, could have been more than that, would go for 26. And the new batter just pushes that away for a single. Oh, what a run out that was. And who was it? I think it was. I'm just trying to see who they're giving that down to. Well, somebody who's, is it Busker? It's not a name that's on my list actually, so I can't tell you who that was, and I don't want to really guess. The initial is U, and the only U who's on the team sheet is Uday Nandini. So, yeah, I think it's, Nandini. Nandini. Well, maybe Nandini, we should call him Houdini, because it was a little bit of magic. That's well bowled straight through the shot there of Cobbold, who's the new batter. That's the captain who's out there now, Robert Cobbold. Sensational work. So Nandini involved in that superb run out. It was brilliantly done. He did all the hard work, and then Asif just had to finish it off, and he did. 87 for 3. I think just the one run off that over. Let's go back to the chat for a moment. A lot of talk. We were talking about breakfast on a Sunday, and Udian was cooking something. He's saying currently making himself a Cincinnati-style spaghetti, which is the spaghetti with chili and lots of shredded cheddar on top. So, yeah, I'm not sure about. I mean, I love cheese. We talked about this yesterday because it was National Fondue Day. So I said I do love cheese. Talking about cheese, is National Grilled Cheese Day today. So, Asif lets himself down here. He made a meal of that fielding, and the batters saw it and punished him for it. They take 2. Yeah, it is Grilled Cheese Day today. But yeah, melted cheese and baked beans on spaghetti, I don't know, but I'm willing to give it a go. Especially if it's spicy as well. That's hit hard and well stopped. It almost knocks the fielder off his feet, but only a single this time. And John Heasom is off to his daughters for dinner. Well, do enjoy. He's saying, see you in the final. Looking forward to John. And when you come back, we want a full description of the dinner. We want to know what you had. Oh, great work. Excellent fielding. Brilliant fielding. He does throw the ball back to the keeper eventually. This is Abhinay who's doing the bowling here now. Player we haven't seen the best of, I feel, Abhinay Rathore. Gets this one through as well. It's a swing and a miss. Once again from Cobbold, who hasn't got off the mark yet. And my fingers are itching to press the button. Robert Cobbold. And, well, Robert, I told you my fingers were itching to press the button. And the button I shall press, because that is going to be a duck for the captain. There it is. Wiki, wiki, wiki time. And I feel it's not the first time that we've seen Wiki, the ECN Robo Duck, come out and see the batter go. So that's the end of El Capitan. He wanted to be aggressive. He wanted to try and accelerate the score, but he swung and he missed, and he swung and he missed. And next thing, the stumps are knocked over. Rathore picks up the wicket. It happens at the end of the over. It is 90 now for 4. 3 runs and a wicket in the over. And now we see the strong figure of Todd Rips making his way out in the middle. And one prompts the question why we haven't seen the hero of yesterday. I'm trying to see if he's on he's not actually on the list, so we're not seeing Alex Lolori on the list here. Rajan Takar is listed as 12, so he's not gonna bat, but he's certainly gonna have a bowl. It's nicely punched away. It's well, the fielder, I think he's hurt himself here. He wants to make the stop. I think that's Houdini. Well, Houdini, who did a little magic to get the run out. And now Houdini needs to some magic spray to sort out his leg. He's hopping around like he looks like John Wayne at the moment. Get off your horse and drink your milk. Oh, John Wayne is all right. Oh, God, absolute beaut. What a ball that is. As if Mohammadi straight through, and he rips through the defences of Todd Rips, and that's going to be out. And it's a first baller. That means we're going to see... Yep, we are. And, well, you're seeing all... Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. That's what we like. That's what we like. Well, this is the captain who got the Derek. And because he got it for I think his was the 5-ball duck. And he's saying, well, you know what? No, his was 6-ball. But he says, yours is better than mine, Mr. Rip. So you're getting this one because you got the golden wiki. That's what it's all about, being a tour. Come on, one more time. Oh, I love it. And he's going to have to carry that with him all night long, even to the dinner party later. So Rips gets he stumps ripped apart by the lightning quick Asif. The golden duck. Next batter. Gets battle ball. Oh, well, he could go. Oh! Well, he just wanted to get off the mark. Gets bat onto ball and runs straight away. There's Max Cromarty. And Asif almost runs him out first ball as well. Well, what happens there? Do you cut the duck in half and share it? Well, we will never know, maybe. Oh, gets a bit of bat onto this, does Stromer. Gets one, and now he's going back for another. He's going to slide and make it. It had a little bit too much to do with the ball once it came in, did the keeper Ratchet. So they will get the 2 on this occasion. Dangerous running, though, isn't it? No, wickets falling pretty quickly as well, aren't they? The Cobbold went for that 6-ball duck. Rathor got his wicket, then Rips gets stumped by the pace of Asif. That's a nice looking shot. Should just be A1. It's a good throw, throwing it to the keeper's end, but the batters do get home and comfortably home. Terry Richmond saying his breakfast today was macas. That's I'm going back a little bit here because they're just trying to catch up with everything. What else is happening here? Oh, there's so much. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's on the pads, not out, says the umps. It'll be the end of a very explosive and fiery spell from Asif Mohammadi. He's going to finish with 1 for 14. There's a leg bye to go into that in the over, but that just takes his score at the 15-over mark at 96 for 5. Quick fiery bowling. What else have we got here? Yeah, a few people saying, see you, John. See you later. What did Udian say? Talking about the duck. And yeah, we will see John later. John said he'll be here for the final. Yeah, the ducks are flocking today. And a lot of laughter in there. So Chris Addison saying he loves it. Crack me up, says Terry Richmond. Right, I think I'm catching up with all the comments here. But keep them coming, folks. It's lovely to have your company here on this Sunday here in Spain, in the Costa Blanca Sporting Alfes cricket ground. That's the Woodbridge Oval. They want two, and they will get two. It was never two there, really, but it's this time Asif seems to be struggling with his shoulder here. There's 2 occasions when he's done the fielding, but he's not been able to he's not been able to pick up the ball cleanly or get the throw in. So I wonder if they think about maybe just replacing and moving him away off the boundary. It's going to be just wide off Sanjay, the captain, and could be in trouble here. The dive gets them in. There's the throw that came in from, I think that's Avadesh Sharma, yesterday's Centurion. Remember, in that match, shooters really did turn on the style. First thing, 232. Avadesh Sharma made a 101 not out of 37. And that was after Adil Rafi made 57 of 28. It never looked like he had the time to get and make that century, but he did it. And he needed a 6 of the last ball to do this one, and he made it. And they got the win over the Green Sox by 109 runs. That's going to be played out to the fielder. Makes a stop. There should be 2. Taking it on, and they will get there. Abhinay. Bowling this over number 16th. And that's well bowled. Creates a good angle with that left arm round. Goes wide and angles the ball in. It's a swing and a miss from Max Cromartie. Stromer going well. 32 of 26. He's keeping the innings together. He's helped them get past the 100 mark. 103 for 5, but you just feel that it's probably not going to be enough. But having said that, do not forget the DEFRA All-Stars did defend 148 to get their first and only victory in this tournament, beating Green Sox by 3 runs by defending that. So it looks like it may not even be as many as that this time round. So they're going to have to be at their best in their defence. And the shooters seem to have found the rhythm with the bat. Short, hit hard, will be partially stopped by the infielder. Asif gets the throw in. I think the batter's got to really realise that Asif has got no arm anymore. It's got no power. Short again. This time it's in danger of hitting the tree. It does. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Well, the tree gets hit again. This time, though, on the bounce. Well, poor tree. Hopefully no harm has come to it. Of course, Alfes is known for its trees. I mean, the name Alfes comes from the Arabic for fertile land, and Delpi refers to the pine trees. We're going to miss. And speaking of the trees, there is an ancient tree in the town, which is the carob tree, estimated to be between 850 and 950 years old, making it one of the oldest trees in Spain. This one at the Sporting Alfes ground is, I think over the years, it's been peppered by cricket balls, but it's weathered the storm well, hasn't it? It's still standing. It's about probably a metre inside from where the boundary line is. It's one of those ground Sporting Alfes that has the special rules. Quick throw, and if he had hit, could have been out. They want them to go for another. is not going to be on. A quick pick up and throw, which if it did hit the stumps, probably would have been out. This is the captain who's having the bowl here, Sanjay Chaudhary. He's been a little bit short. And he's going to get a wicket, though. Yep. Chaudhary gets the wicket of Stroma. Stroma trying to muscle into it. But it was there for the hitting. I wonder if he just gets caught out a little by the extra bounce. Gets a little bit of edge to it. But a very good catch from Chawla. Rajat Chawla has got better and better as this tournament's gone on. It started badly with him. Remember when he started getting out for a duck when he was lying face down in the middle of the pitch. But since then, it's gone upwards. So, Stroma, 33 from him. Of 28. A good catch there from Rajat behind the stumps. Removes him off the bowling of the captain. So, Sanjay Chaudhary picking up a wicket, and that wicket also coming right at the end of the over, and it happens on the Nelson. Now the other day we saw 2 wickets fall on the Nelson, so I suppose you've got to stand on one leg. Right, I will do it. I'll stand on one leg for the Nelson, and it's got a wicket already, hasn't it? That one, only 8 runs coming off that one from the captain. Ooh, the Nelson. Can the Nelson claim another victim here? Short. Hit high in the air. It's going to get away. Well, how's he done that? Well, I don't know. It's a little bit of trickery out there on the boundary. The fielder went to make the stop with his feet, and he's ended up dribbling himself, kicking the ball through his legs onto and into the hands of the next fielder. Well, can he do it again? This time, it's not going to go to him. It's going to the man to the side of him who had to do the tidying up before. Quicker delivery. Oh, too quick for everybody. That could be 4 pies, I believe. It's gone right the way through. And just when I was singing the praises of Rajat Chawla, he's let this one get past him. It was a much quicker delivery there from Rathore. Too quick for the batter. And this is the other Williams, the Williams brothers. One Williams, of course, has been and gone. That was Tom Williams, who got run out brilliantly by Nandani after it looked like he was never going to get out because he was offering chances and all of that, and nothing happened. This is Andy Williams. I wonder if the luck runs in the family. Well, he's got this one over point. They will come back for 2. Eminate. Well, he's bowled this one from way behind the stumps. Well, I don't know if you saw that. If you didn't, quickly go back and watch this wicket. Watch where he bowled from. He bowled from way behind the line. In fact, I believe he bowled this delivery from where the base of the stumps are. It was pretty weird, but it's been missed. It's a swing and a miss. So, Andy Williams... The answer to my question is he's not going to get the same type of luck that his brother got. He gets a straight one and he's played all round it. The stumps are knocked over. So Williams goes for 2. Or 3 deliveries. It's another bold wicket. Rathore was a little bit lucky with the one that went through everybody who went all the way to the boundary. He does pick up another. So the wicket does go. Remember, we will have, of course, that final will be happening. That's going to be the 3rd match that we will have in the day. and scheduled, of course, for 4 o'clock. Sporting Alfas will be taking on Norbury. It'll be a good final as well. The two teams served up a high-scoring match yesterday. Over 400 runs scored. Sanjay comes back. It's a long chase. I don't think the ball is going to go to the boundary. The batter should be looking for 3 at least, and they will get 3. 3 runs taken. Sanjay did pick up a wicket with his first over, but he did bowl very short. Bowling the 19th over. That's better delivery, gone. Better delivery, great work once again from Rajat Chawla, and Sanjay Chaudhary pushes it up a bit further and gets the wicket. And, well, that's going to be another duck, I'm afraid. Now, is that another first baller? If it is another first baller, it is. Now, let's have the camera on the duck because it's a golden. And now let's see the exchange of ducks. They're going to have to share the ducks here. Alistair, here we go. The duck is being presented. They're going to have to share it because both of them got the golden duck. Oh, I do like this. Hello. This takes me back to some of my touring days where if you got a duck, you had to get the duck. And let's just say that it's been party time when it comes to Wiki the Duck. They need to, I tell you what, the All-Stars need to go out and buy a few more ducks because you can't keep sharing that one. So it's another golden duck, unfortunately, for Tom Goss. Great bit of work, we'll say, from Rajat. Chawla does really well. And it's another wicket for the captain, Sanjay. New batter comes out with the score 123 for 8 down now. Tossed up. Oh, that's the areas to be when Sanjay's short. There's every chance the batter just waits for it and plays on the leg sides. Patton. He's hit that well, very well. I think he might even get 4 here for this coming across. He won't do. That's Awadesh. Gets here quickly, Awadesh Sharma. Gets a throw in. It's only going to be a couple. Nice strike. Well, have a look at the seagulls are now flying into the action. And mind your heads, everybody. There's some low-flying seagulls, and Sanjay gets someone through. Good over this. They got that 3 first, didn't they? Then the wicket, dot, 2. Now another dot, 125. And that's played nicely. This one's going to be a spicy one for the fielder. Does really well. Good work. Makes a stop. In comes the throw. I like it, the fielder who in front of the man who does the throw in gets right down and say, right, I'm on the deck. You're not going to hit me when you get the throw in. 127 for 8. And we've had a bit of food chat already, but one day that's being celebrated today is National Licorice Day. Are you a licorice fan? It's an acquired taste. I've got to say, I love licorice. Licorice all sorts used to be my favourite. Fancy something a little bit sweet, but also unique. Yeah, that's a good way to describe licorice. It's not something that's readily available here in Spain, though. No, in the UK you find all kinds of licorice. Enjoyed by people all across the globe. Licorice is delightful, yet detectable flavour. Another swing and a miss. and found in many modern candies, as well as even teas and herbal food. Never seen it in teas. Good shot. Nicely played. 4 runs. What a lovely shot that is from Max Cromartie. The shorter ball fired in by Ebony Rathor. But Max Cromartie rocks back and plays that away beautifully. What a lovely shot that was. That's 4 runs. Cuatro carreras from the moment it came off the bat. Beautifully played. Excellent shot. All of these are valuable runs at this stage of the innings. Tries to do it again, and it's going to be out. It gets an edge on it. The batter is walking. Braithwaite is not he's not reacting in any way. Nothing from Braithwaite. He says, well, he's walking. What do you want me to do? I don't have to do anything. If he's walking, he's walking. Fair play to Cromartie. He knows he got something on that. He's walking, and Abinay Rathor is going to pick up his 3rd wicket. It also means that the All-Stars, the Defra All-Stars, they are now 9 down. 9 wickets down, the All-Stars. We were talking about Defra. Some people say, does it mean something? It does mean something. Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. And it's all about growing a greener community. That's Defra for you. And it's part of the Civil Service Department, I'm told. Okay. Number 11 bat comes in to face the music, and he's going to get one that's going to go through him, but misses the pegs. The ball, 133 for 9. Gets back onto ball and runs hard. Gets a run on the board. Will they go for 2? And probably not a good idea when you're 9 down. Off the last ball, it's worth it, of course. Oh, well, that will be out. That's going to be all out. And it was the last ball of the inning, so you can understand them going for it. So it's going to be 134 all out of the 20 overs. And the shooters, they're going to be very happy with their work here. And you would expect, that's all I'm going to say, you would expect them to go on and knock these runs off. But remember that we have seen the Defra All-Stars put up some good defences in the past. So you can't take anything really here for granted. But a good performance, it has to be said there by the shooters. I think their bowlers bowl very well. There was wickets really shared around by most of them. The only one who wasn't able to pick one, but was unlucky not to do so, should have had one, was I think Sankar Gopal. So I think there just looks like some amendments are being done to the scorecard as we speak, because I can't have a look at that information at the moment. But I can certainly tell you that Ebony Rathor, he picked up 3 wickets. He bowled very well indeed. Asif, well, he was fiery, wasn't he? Getting the ball in the right areas and bowled with a lot of pace there. Niraj picked up another wicket as well. And the Captain Sanjay, picked up 2 wickets too. So it was a good performance with the ball. With the bat, it's one of those. Tom Williams, he had so much luck. He was dropped about 3 times, finished with 26, but he was out to a sensational bit of work in the field. Nandani first made a stop when the ball was going like a bullet, got it back into Asif, and Asif didn't miss when he completed the run out. There was also runs there from Joe Strummer, who made 33 of 28. And Max there towards the end, Cromartie also chipped in with a few runs as well. So we'll take a short break here now, but we'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the reply here from the shooters, needing 135 for victory.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello viewers and welcome back. You can see that the Defra All-Stars had a bit of a huddle there to get ready for their last innings in this tournament. I just want to say a massive big thank you to all the teams that have taken part in this. And of course, these two teams, look, we're not going to see them in the final, a little bit like the Green Sox that we saw a little bit earlier. But the Defra All-Stars and the Shooters, they've been absolutely marvellous. I love the way that they've played their cricket, and I love the way that they've entertained us as well. They play with a good sporting nature at heart as well. And they have some fun as well, of course. They've certainly entertained us when the batters failing to score runs have been presented with the duck as they come off the field of play. I think that's the way the sport should be played. The teams that are on tour, they're enjoying their time here in Spain, and they've enjoyed playing cricket here at Sporting Alpha. So well done to both teams. Shooters now about to start their reply, see if they can get the 135 that they need for a victory. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. Nice to have you with us. You can see that Chris Smith is in there. Hello to Bolo. Looking forward to the reply, and it should be, you would imagine, pretty straightforward here for the Shooters, but we do know that the Defra All-Stars do have a way of creating some surprises when it comes to defending small totals, and Green Sox, of course, know all about that. Number gets played. It's well fielded out there just for a single. Good performances there from the bowlers from the Shooters. Abhinay Rathore does finish with 3 for 22. There was 2 wickets also there from Sanjay, the captain. 2 for 15. Shorter delivery gets played out. Doesn't quite get it out the middle of the bat. But we'll get another single. Bowling being done here by Todd Rips, who of course was one of the batters who was presented the duck for his golden duck. There was a couple of them though, weren't there? He wasn't the only one who got the golden. And, he got a first baller. The duck was passed on to him from the captain, Robert Cobbold, because he made 0 of 6. And then Rips got a golden duck, but then there was another golden from Tom Goss, and I think Todd Rips had great pleasure in handing it over to Tom Goss. So, as I said, it was a little bit of fun there from the Defra All-Stars. This one down the leg side should be a wide, and umpire Lars will call it a wide. A few people saying this should be a Shooter's victory, but yeah, it should. But will it be? We'll have to wait and see. Ooh, that one's gone straight through. This is Jola, who made a bit of a change, I think, here to the batting lineup here, have the Shooters, and why not? Give some others a chance. I know that Rajat Jola, he had a bit of a mare himself, didn't he? Yeah, the first time we saw him, he's looking to put that behind him. And we've got Abhinay now, as said, when he came on to bowl, I don't think we've seen the best of Abhinay. We did see him in one of the matches go a little bit ballistic, where he scored a quick fire 40. We know that he can bat. He also got the likes of Adil Rafi. They've got some good players in there. And let's see if they can click. I did say when we saw them in day one, they showed signs. Plenty of their batters showed signs of potential and going on to score good runs, but they managed to get out. When the mate starts, they managed to get out, and that was the problem that they had on day one. But they certainly showed what they were capable of yesterday. That's what they're looking to do here. And this is now Andy Williams. It's bowling quite sharply, getting that ball to move around nicely is Williams. Rain has stopped, but it's still pretty gusty. Still got a fair bit of wind that's blowing around here. That's nicely played on this occasion by Ibanez. Just takes a stride into the shot and pushes that out onto the offside for a single. Hands a strike over now to Ratchet. Jola. Plays that off the back foot. No run there. Good tidy stuff. Sensing this getting a nice bit of movement away here as well. There's Abinet. Oh, plays a misses. Another good one from Andy Williams. Good over so far, just one run from it. And that's going to be another good take. So he's definitely getting that ball to move around. If you look how that was taken by the keeper, that's Tom Goss who's behind there again. So plenty of movement. So over comes to an end. 8 is the score. 1 coming off that one. Wicketkeeper just looks like he gets the lid on, wants to stand up here as Rips comes to bowl his second. Well, that catches the batter on the shoulder. They think about the run, but I think in the end the right choice made there by Jola. Notice this, that batter kind of, the striker had his back to him and wasn't going to be able to respond to the call, and changes to mind and says, nope, stay there, we'll leave it this time. They'll go here though, as that's been stroked away quite nicely. That's pitched up a little bit more, so close to taking the stumps there. The fuller delivery draws Ratchet into the shot. Jola goes for it, but completely misses it and almost sees his stumps knocked backwards. That's a good bit of fielding. Todd Rips gets down, makes a stop. Let's play to the fielder. Once again, no run. Noticing, though, all those sort of shots, when they were played by the All-Stars, they were running them. They were taking those singles. I mean, I know there were a couple of run-outs, but I don't think those run-outs were because the singles weren't necessarily on. They were just backing each other. That one's taken a bit of the edge, and there will be a single. Looks like that's Andy Williams who's doing the fielding down there. Does the fielding. Over is called. A nice tidy over. Just a couple of runs from there. And before the start of the over, let's give a big shout out to the owner mentor there, Alpha Del P. And they've hosted us very well. They, along with Sporting Alpha's Cricket Club. It's great to be here again. It's a wonderful part of the world. Is this area, Alpha Del P. Plenty to do for everybody, and of course, as I keep saying, if you've never been to Spain, if you've never been to this part of Spain, it's definitely worth a visit. So once again, a big thanks to the Sporting Alfest Cricket Ground and also to the Town Hall of Alfest del Pi. And we hope to return very soon for some more cricket here at this beautiful Woodbridge Oval. And hope to catch up with maybe some of the dignitaries a bit later today. That's a good looking shot. It's handsomely chipped over the point fielder, but only the one. You see, the running is here very sloppy. I've got to say, from the shooters. Maybe they should have had some spicy beans this morning, folks. That might have made them go a bit faster, because at the moment they're not taking those. They're not converting those singles into twos. There's an easy two there. That one's just popped up in the air. Is this one going to get to the boundary? Great bit of work. That's excellent work. Superb. What a bit of fielding that is. And that was Jack Andrew. And I'm liking that Joe Strummer there just got out of the way, because he knew if he touched the ball where he was, it would have been four. He let Jack Andrew complete the job. Well done. Good work. One again, no run. That's a run. The guy at the non-strikers and here, Jola's got to be calling that and saying, yeah, let's go. Jola's probably a little bit afraid because he has been run out a couple of times in this tournament. But you got to go there. If he's backing up, he's running to the danger end. It's his call. He's got to go. Here comes Williams again. Short, but that one will go to the boundary. One bounce, 4 runs. Chokalug here, he gets the swivel on there, who played it beautifully. And, well, somebody's asking who's deleting the comments. Well, if you're putting bad comments in the chat, they will get deleted. And the moderators are making sure that it's kept clean and there's no nastiness happening in the chat. So if you are going to put the nasty comments in there, then you're going to find them deleted. It's simple as that. So good job being done there by the moderators. Keep it clean, keep it healthy, keep it entertaining. That's what it's all about. And if you're not doing that, you'll be off. The defensively played will get a single as it gets past the fielder. Another run here. So the shooters just starting to move things wrong a little bit better. That's a much better over. 10 coming off that one. 18 without loss. And Ray Tipping saying shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah, well, if they don't run, they certainly will be. And a few people coming in with some lunchtime scores from some cricket happening there in the UK. Have a look at the Manhattans there. So starting fairly similarly at the moment. That's a good delivery. You can see that the All-Stars never really were able to go. I would say they weren't able to push into the third gear. They kind of ticked along in second. You can see that the shooters have very much done that themselves. That's it, stroked away for a single. So at the moment, the start of this innings from the shooters is very similar to that of their opponents. And the All-Stars were 15 off their first 3 overs. Shooters, they're on 18. The only difference is they haven't lost a wicket. And we're close to losing one there. It's one of those you feel that if Tom Goss there had whipped the bails off, I think he may have found that the batter was left out of his crease. That's not a good delivery. Why? There's 2 runs, but they're the sort of balls that really, if you've got your normal openers in there, they're putting that away for a boundary. You'll get 2, but a ball like that really needs to disappear. That's hit up in the air. Prefers to play that on the offside, but it's easy enough to defend against if you keep the ball in the right areas. So they won't mind that at the moment, will the Deaf All Stars. Just a quick look early on of where the length of the balls have been. You see there have been some good length deliveries. They've bowled a couple of short ones there, but they haven't been punished for them so far. So just played away nicely again for Emine Rathore. Rathore is the danger man. We know that if you bowl badly to him, he certainly will punish you. He does like to hit down the ground as well. I know when he made that 34 the other day, and he made it very briskly, a lot of those shots were played down the ground. 23 then without loss. That's the end of the fifth over. So Todd Rip's bowling very well at the moment. Just the 11 runs have come off. That one's a bit short and wide. Yeah, I think that's the right call there. Probably could have been called wide perhaps for even the short ball. It might have just been going over the head. So that's going to be 2 more runs. Andy. Back to his mark, and now he's straight down the leg side, which on this occasion, well, the batter wants the wide. He's asking the question, is Emine Rathore, and Braithwaite, unmoved, says, I made my decision, son. Braithwaite obviously feeding to that on profile, was probably going to catch a bit of the pad. And then Emine is reaching and searching for this wide one. Gets a bit of bat on it, takes the single. And Emine continuing to ask the umpire about the one down the leg side. And Braithwaite says, you see that bit of wood in your hand? They call it a bat. Use it. Stop asking me for wides. That's certainly what I would be saying. It's an edge. Oh, it was a catching chance. Catches the fingers of the fielder, but not able to hold on to the catch. It was an opportunity, but doesn't get taken. So Ratchet's luck may be starting to change. Played away with soft hands. It's not going to get to the boundary, but this time the batters will at least come back for 2. Need to see just a little bit more urgency, perhaps. In their batting. So, of course, when you look at the standings, we know that Sporting Alfest, they finish top of the pack with their 4 wins out of 4. In the air, gets it over the man who's wearing, I think he's wearing the golden duck hat. As the throw comes through, that's Tom. Yeah, that's Tom Goss, isn't it? I think he got past the duck hat to him. That's a bit of a full toss, and this one is going to test the outfield. Is it going to make it to the boundary? I think it does. Just gets over the line. That's worked away. 4 carreras. 4 runs. Just strays this down the leg side. On this occasion, does rips. And that will go to the boundary. 35. Nice shot there playing from Jola. Well, similar ball. But this time he plays it in front of a square. It goes to the fielder. Nicely fielded. Good throw in there from Joe Stromer as well. Catches Abinay as he's running in, and he's the first to put his hand up and say apologies. There's that Manhattan's again. Let's have another look like for like. I gave you the score after the 3 over mark. Oh, that's Gundy. And this one probably another one that's going to get away from the field. They're chasing hard to try and get to it, but they're not going to. It's going to be Quattro Mas, Gundy ball, Sigi on the leg side. And it's been played away. In terms of the 5 over mark, the All-Stars were just slightly ahead. They had 33 at that stage, whereas their opponents were 23. So a little bit behind. Look at where the runs have been scored, of course, with those couple of boundaries just gone on the leg side. 45% of those runs being scored in that square leg area. And a fair number actually where that one's gone to as well. So the 23% will go up a tad if that stays on our screen. So they've been cutting well. It's been the cut and the dab show from the shooters. And so both ends of the ground on the offside and the leg side. Up the top of the field has been pretty productive with their runs have come from so far. Probably also does tell you that that's a good shot. That's going to test the fielder. Can't do anything about that. That's going to be 4 runs. And that's a nice shot there from Jola. Gets plenty of power in the shot. Actually, I don't think that was Jola. That was Abinay. Yeah, Abinay Rathor. Yeah. Jola is the shorter of the two. And when I looked up, even though I think the scorecard just took a while to change over, it was Abinay with a powerful hit. This is the sort of hitting we know he can do, and it's going to get a wide here this time. Yeah, it will be. That will also be the end of the over because of the tournament rules. So those of you who are just joining us, just remember that unless it's the last over of the match, the 20th over, all wides and non-foot fault no balls will be just 2 runs and no extra ball. That's the end of Todd Rip's spell. He'll go for 27 of his 4 overs. 47 without loss after 7. Yeah, in the last over, no balls on wides will be bowled again. But the 2 runs will also apply. Also, the 12th man can bowl but not bat. Rajan was listed as 12th, Rajan Tucker, but we haven't seen him come on yet. That's short, and that's hit quite nicely by Rachit Jola. That was Jola who played that shot, and nice bit of fielding done there eventually. Tom Goss with the ball. Oh, short. And there is bat onto that. And if the catch was taken there by Cromartie, it would have been quite sensational. That's probably his one for the over, you know. Pretty sure that was over the shoulder of the batter. I can't tell you if it was signalled or not because the umpire, from my positioning, which is kind of been forced upon me actually because of the weather, I can't see the umpire because he's behind the tree where I am. That's another edge. It's another one that's going to get away. Will they look for 2? They should be looking for 2. They will get 2. A little bit of team fielding out there on the boundary. And that will bring the 50 up. 51 without loss. So Sporting Hellfires have been hitting the most maximos. Norbury probably didn't have a chance to really make a change in that in the last match because they only had 11 overs to bat. And now I wonder here what this call is because if the earlier one was call 1 for the over, that would have really tested the umpires if that was a second or not. So he does like to bang it in, does Goss. This time just a single. So Ratchet just starting to find his timing, find his rhythm, supporting Abner Rathor well. So a good little opening partnership between these two. And pretty healthy where they've been scoring most of the runs. And it's not often that you see that high in the air, catching chance for the fielder and held. A nice moment. And that's going to be the wicket that will go. And just saw that Abner just looking at the square leg umpire. Abner probably asking about the height of it. He probably feels that there's been quite a few. I mean, there has been. That's probably the third ball that's been banged in short, but it's up to the umpire to decide if it's over the shoulder. And I think that discussion is continuing now with Ratchet's asking the question, but catch well held. A wicket will go. That's going to be Abner who's going to go 27 of 23. So it's a good batter to remove. And a nice catch there taken as well. But again, it was that heavy ball. So I can understand why they're asking the question, because I must admit there was one that was banged in short, which definitely looked like one for the over. And then there was two others there as well. So yeah, I would be asking the question. Of course, I couldn't tell you if the umpires were signalling or the square leg umpire was giving that signal or not, because I'm blinded by the trees. So I get why they were asking the question, but the catch has been well taken there by the captain. Robert Cobbold holds on to the catch, and the wicket does stand. So new batter will have to come out. Goss bowling the short stuff, making it a little bit spicy out there in the middle, maybe a little bit of masala from Goss. It was the end of the over, 52 for 1. So 5 runs and a wicket off that one. So the start of the 9th. Some few changes happening there. I think what they've done is just Goss, who was fielding right there on the boundary, moved him more into the play, so he hasn't got so far to go when he comes on to bowl the next. Well, this is swung and missed by Ratchet Jawler as well. Tom Williams gets given the ball. That's played uppish, goes to Robert, makes the stop, just a single. New batter that's come in, no surprise really, is Adil Rafi. So no sign of the Centurion just yet. Avadish Sharma did come in about number 5, I think, yesterday. Short, Gandhi, hooked away, but they have got 2 men on that boundary. They're taking on the throw, and they will get there quite comfortably in the end. So the field as it stands, got 2 men on that leg side boundary. Got behind square, a long on and mid wicket. So 3 on the leg side, 1 sweeper out on the off, and the third man push right on the boundary, and that looks like that it is Rajan Tucker. So he is on the field now, so that tells us that he probably will be having a bowl pretty soon. This one, it's shorter outside the off. It's been missed out on though by the batter. Yeah, it was interesting. Last time we had a look at the graphic that showed the percentage where the runs were being scored. That it's not often that you see in that cow corner area, oh, that's short and that's hit up in the air. Work to be done here by the fielders. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary. It will just be a couple. Ratchet likes to play that kind of uppercut shot. playing it a little bit early, though. He's playing kind of in front of point rather than behind point. Over is called. 9 overs now completed. 58 for 1. Let's see who bowls. It looks like they are going back to Tom Goss. So perhaps more of the short stuff to come here. The batters will be ready for it. Nice shot of the views round. Look at those low clouds around. Threatening, but hopefully we'll stay away from us. Soft hands to play this away. I suppose if you're going to bowl this line, it's all about or this length, I should say. If you're going to bowl that length, it's all about where you direct it. And if you direct it out of the off, then it's productive. So you can see there from that graphic, the length that's been bowled here. Very few deliveries being pitched up. It's another one that's in that area. So I like that. That's what I like to call the heavy length. It makes it harder for the batter, especially when there's a little bit of pace behind there. And Goss is getting that pace in there. And by getting the ball at that length, makes it a bit harder to get the ball away. So look at where it says 6 there. That's pretty hard to get the ball away in that area. That's a nice looking shot, though. That's a very good cut shot. It looks like it's going to get full reward there, 4 runs. So Rajat Chola does like to play out the offside. He's shown us that already. That's a very nice cut shot. And he likes to go over the top of the cover as well, doesn't he? So he's certainly one that, I mean, Goss has got it. I'd certainly test him with a short ball. I'd be wanting to say, okay, you like to cut, you like to play in the offside. What do you like on the pull shot? Or even, what do you like with the playing the drive? Because we haven't seen too many of those from him either. And Goss just goes very much the same area, but this time Jolo misses that cut shot. That's what I'll be thinking when I'm doing the bowling. Is you have a look at the number of short deliveries here. Just take a look at that. 14, 10. 2 have been straight down the leg side, but a lot of short deliveries, which at the moment the shooters haven't capitalised on. Let's play one bounce as it goes to the captain, Robert. Oh, I smashed that onto his foot, and now he's been made to run. Terrible mix-up here, and they are going to make it somehow. Well, I think this has got a lot to do with the wicketkeeper, who's now flat out, and he's doing star jumps. And so he should on this day. We already said that this is the day where not doing star jumps, but We're a Star invites people to a simple reminder of remembrance for children who are no longer here. It's all about offering a gentle, visible signal that love continues and that a child's life, however brief, still matters. But yeah, if you could pick that up and get the throw in, it would have definitely resulted in a run out. But Matt Scramati just couldn't do that. And I think we've just seen a wicket-keeper change here now. Yeah, we are. Oh, well, I don't want it. Oh, dear. No. We are seeing a keeper change. And that looks like it's going to be Andy Williams who's now going behind the stumps. Probably because we are going to probably see Max have a bowl. But not yet. Tom Williams is going to continue. He's going to bowl over number 11. So 10 overs complete. After 10, the score for the All-Stars was 65 for 2. Oh, he's got it. Oh, just in two minds. In two minds. It's a couple of times these two batters have lost their sense of direction and understanding. but they've got away with it on 2 occasions. So, like for like at the moment, 65 and 65. That's going to be clipped away for just a single. So 65 for 1 compared to 65 for 2 at the halfway point. And that's why those two, when you look at the Manhattans, they are so similar. The acceleration isn't coming. I like the way that the Jeffrey All-Stars have set the field. That's not a good delivery. It's a great acrobatic dive. A little bit of Swan Lake about this one. The dive was good, but unfortunately, he dived over the ball, I think. It looked pretty impressive, but wasn't able to stop it. That's going to be 4 runs. Dive the buddy a team Mahari. But a ball they put it up again. And won't make the stop. Can they get that acceleration in? Oh, well, that's got to be a wide, surely. It will be. There it is. 2 more runs to go on the board. As Tom Williams bangs the ball into the deck. Well, we saw a batter smash the ball into his foot earlier. On this occasion, it was the bowler. Tom Williams nearly bangs the ball into his own toes. And it's going to be another wide. Good take, good work there from Andy Williams. But it's 2 more runs to go on the board. Joel 26 of 29. Rafi's just come out there. He's kind of going just under run a ball at the moment. That's another short one. It might earn him a wicket. It's a great effort. Huge effort there. I think that's Max, who was behind the stumps a minute ago. Goes diving at this. Can't hold on to the catch. Over his call. 11 completed. 75 for 1. Much better over in terms of strike rate. That one for the shooters. 10 coming from it. I wonder when they'll go to Rajan, who is on the field of play now. Rajan Taka is listed as the 12th. So he can bowl. Okay, here comes Tom Goss again. And no ball. That one doesn't hit the pitch. So 2 runs. Giving away a few extras here, actually. And yeah, can't afford to do that. You look at the rate required. It's just overrun a ball. So giving 2 runs away. I know there's not an extra ball to come, but giving 2 away is a result for the shooters. Oh, that's pretty full, but they will run. Much better running, actually, from the shooters now. At the beginning, the opening pair were not good. Ratchet and Abernay just weren't taking the singles, and they weren't converting those simple 1s into 2s. But it's been better lately. It's a hit that well. That ain't coming back. That's an extraordinary hit from Rafi. 4 runs. 4 carreras. Fetch that, he says. As goes a little bit fuller in this over. That's Tom Goss, but he might prefer to go back to that shorter ball. I wouldn't say it was short of a length that he was bowling. It was definitely short. That one's being clobbered away. Well, he goes full again, but it's going to be another wide. So just with the extras alone, they tend to be given the number of runs required per over. So got to tie this up a little bit. And that's just going to be a single. Or is it? They might even get two. I think they're going to get two. The ball just comes out of the hand of Jack Andrew as he goes to pick it up. Well, maybe it was a bit of the old Tortuga. We're talking about Tortuga. There was... Tortuga, of course, is the Spanish word for tortoise. There was a tortoise that was walking across the field in the innings break. And here comes Jack Andrew again. This time there's no Tortuga. He gets it in his hands cleanly. Yeah, there was. And the over, not a bad over. It's just the extras that let him down. 87 now for one. So they're just starting to pick up the rate here at the right time also. So the rate now goes to basically run a ball 48 to 48. Yeah, there was a Tortuga tortoise. And not quite a Tortuga Day, but it is a Hamster Day. World Hamster Day. Yes, folks, I don't make it up. If you're looking for ways to celebrate your furry little friend, then World Hamster Day is it. We all know hamsters for being able to fit a 3-course meal and more in their fluffy little cheeks. But did you know there was a whole day dedicated to them? World Hamster Day. What are you supposed to do on World Hamster Day? Eat, maybe? Uppish. But not going to go to a fielder for a cat. It will just be a single, which... Well, they try to give some extra runs to the shooters, but they don't. So, Rajan with the ball. Let's see if the man who left his wife at home to celebrate their first wedding anniversary apart is going to be able to give himself a final highlight in this tournament with the ball. Yeah, Rajan Thakkar. Hello to Mrs. Thakkar as well. If you're tuning in, you can send us a message. Oh, well, they're going to run here again, and it's good. Nimble work there from Williams, but the batters do make it. As I said earlier, they're running much better now. There's a bit more urgency about the work that they're doing. Yeah, it is, and would have been their first anniversary. But he decided rather than celebrate that at home, he'll come on this cricket tour. That's a good looking hit. That is going to be 4 runs. 1 bounce for 4 carreras. Woodson a shot Maria. A cheap timing, a cheap positioning. And that's 4 runs. Good shot from Rachit Jola. And placed it away quite nicely. Yeah, so World Hamster Day. A few people looking at the clouds and saying, yeah, that looks a bit horrible. Yeah, the ones that are coming from behind right now and are not looking good. I wonder if Ali can capture the clouds that are coming this way. I mean, they look pretty dramatic. They look a bit like something that's coming from Jurassic Park, actually. They look very threatening. And gets a swivel on this. There's plenty of bodies there. It will be a fine leg that does the work. Yeah, just from that area where that ball went. If Alistair shows you what's coming this way, and the wind is blowing them this way as well, which is the worry. Yeah, have a look at that. That's... looks pretty nasty, doesn't it? Looks pretty nasty. Let's just hope the wind changes direction and sends them back where they came from. 13 overs gone, 96 for 1. 9 of that one, so Rajan not able to get the breakthrough that's required. A lot of short stuff. I always say going from the batter's crease downwards, and row number 1, 2 is where you ideally want to be. if you go to row number 3, well, you're chancing it a bit. And I think that Defra All-Stars got away with a lot of short deliveries, but I think the batters are now starting to cash in. And, well, the ones that are shorter than that, you saw that row with the 5 and the 9. Well, there were some banged in really short and some were called wide. And I feel that the All-Stars kind of got away with. That wind really is picking up now, and I can feel the rain is on the way. Max, after giving up his pads and gloves to Andy Williams, he now comes on the ball, and he too will start with a wide. And Udian is asking a question that we've answered many a time. But Udian, I'll give you the benefit of doubt because you're joining us today. Basically, for the first 2 days of this Woodson Cup, we had 4 T20 matches in the day to get the tournament completed in the 3 days. And as you can imagine, to try and cram 4 T20 matches into a day, that's tough going, and it can't be done. We were starting very early. Answer the question, not out. We're starting very early, and of course have to try and get those matches in while we've got the light. So the only way to do it is a couple of ways. One way is we bowl all the overs from one end. Nice bit of fielding done there down the ground, but they do want to come back and take a second. Good running as well. Good cricket all round. Nice bit of fielding from Robert Cobbold, but good running from the 2 batters, from Rafi and Jola. So to do it, bowl from one end, that saves a bit of time, but that alone is not enough, right? Is this going to carry? No. This is where the wind, I think, plays a part and stops that carrying to rips. The other way is that when you have wides and no balls, and sometimes you can have a lot of them, for example in this match, and it drags the match longer, it makes it much longer, it eats into the time. So if you just did as they've done in this tournament and just said 2 runs for the wide, 2 runs for a no ball unless it's a foot fault, and no extra ball unless it's the last over, then it saves a lot of time. And we kind of done the calculations after day 1, and when we finished day 1 it was already pretty dark. When we finished yesterday it was the same. If we actually did bowl the extra balls as you meant to with the normal laws of cricket, we wouldn't have got those matches in. So it's as simple as that, Adian. I hope that explains your question. Gone. Caught. Nicely done. That's going to be the end of Rajat Chola. Chola will go. It's going to be a wicket for Cromarty. And the man who's wearing the duck hat, Tom Goss, takes a very good sharp catch to remove Rajat. Rajat's, though, done his job, hasn't he? He's given them a start. Both the openers have done that. Rajat will go for 37 off 38. Abhinay, his opening partner, was the first to go for 27. And both have gone to good catches, actually. So that's going to be the end of Rajat. Good sharp catch taken there by Tom Goss. And Max, who started with a wide, does pick up the wicket as those clouds start to come ever more closer and look ever more threatening. So just once again looking at the ball heights that we're seeing here, quite a lot have been in that sort of cuttable height. That's where I think the Rajat, who just departs, he's negotiated a lot of those away on the offside. So chance for another batter to have an opportunity and score some runs. High in the air. Fielder getting underneath it and can't take the catch. It's going to be 6 runs. It's not the first time this has happened. Jack Andrew gets himself in a position to take the catch, but it's going to go out of his hands and go for 6. It's a difficult one because he had to be leaning back, keeping his feet in the field of play and leaning back to try and take it. Weren't able to. So Rafi will survive. That happens at the start of the 15th over. That's another big hit. It's going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. Cuatro más, 6 and 4. And just like that, it looks like that Arila Rafi is hungry for more. Probably sees those clouds coming in. Is thinking, you know what, let's get on with this. And another reason, and it's a good idea as well, because you want to make sure you are well ahead of the rate as well if DLS is to come into play. And for that, I think they are now. This is hit pretty well. He's going to get just a couple this time. Or is he? And I don't think he is. I think that could be out. The umpire shakes his head and says no. That was really close, you know. That was really close. That was really close. And for where I'm sitting, I must admit, for where I'm sitting, that looked out to me. But the umpire shook his head. Umpire Lars says not out. It was a great bit of fielding there from Todd Rips. Came across, got the throw in quickly. Ooh, I think he's a lucky bunny, is Awadis Sharma. And so is Ruffy as he gets an edge on this. Sharma could have been out for a diamond duck. He could have been, you know. Oh boy, I think he gets very fortunate with that call. I really do. Probably wouldn't have made a difference to the way the match goes. Rajan continues. And it's a big wild swing from Ruffy again. This over's gone 6-4-2-2 dot. So not quite having the impact as the team would have liked from Rajan so far. Now that's flat batted hard and Rips can't get to it. Rips past him for the boundary. The 120 now comes up. 121 for 2 at the end of 15. And in this 5 overs, they really have got the acceleration in. Remember, after 10 overs, both teams were neck and neck, both on 65. The only difference was that there was 2 wickets lost at this stage by the All-Stars, but only the 1 by the shooters. After the next 5 overs, well, the All-Stars were 96 for 5, and you can see that the shooters have raced ahead to 121 for 2. So they've got the acceleration in at the right time. Only 14 runs for victory. Max Cromartie comes back on. It's just going to be played away. And interesting enough there that Rafi was running. As soon as the ball was touched, he didn't even look to see where it was going. He wanted to get to the other end quickly. Sharma does get off the mark. It's a good delivery, good full-length delivery. I haven't seen too many of those. Remember, we've been looking at those graphics. Very good running, actually, from these two. I was very critical with the shooters running early on, and I think a few people in the chat were saying they're shooting themselves in the foot, but they have they've sorted it out. It's been much better. High in the air. Can anybody get there? No. It was Tom Goss who was looking to do so. Now they're going to take a second. That's really unlucky. And look at the bowler. Max Cromartie is crawling around on his hands and knees trying to get to that one. That's a bit in, hits the stumps. Good alertness from the batters, though. They realise that the second is on and take it. high in the air. Fielder coming across and has put it down. It's another opportunity. Now they will ask for the run out. It's not going to be out. It's a difficult one, this from Jack Andrew. Goes up in the air. He has to run all the way around from long on to get there. Has to negotiate the Alpha's tree. Has a dive at it. Couldn't hold on to it. Opportunity goes down. Just was talking about the length of the balls and saying in that one we finally saw one that was pretty full, didn't we? There hasn't been too many of them. If you look at that graphic and look at the acceleration there, that tells you the story. So the first 10 overs, it was neck and neck, like for like, apart from that one big over. But just look what happened in the next 5 from 10 to 15. Look at all those steep climbs from the shooters compared to what we saw there from the DEFRA All-Stars. Oh, that's a good delivery. Really well bowled. End of the over. Max Cromartie, good spell of bowling from him. 1 for 13 of his 2. 127 for 2. 8 required of 24 deliveries. So it should be straightforward. Should be. Well, everybody, there's a lot of Butterfinger comments, but they're not easy catches for that we're talking about there from Jack Andrew. The 2 that he's had go down. And also in these conditions, it's very blustery, it's very blowy. He's gone, wicket. There's another one. Rajan gets a wicket celebration, and look at the joy there from Andy Williams. He can't believe that he's caught it. And well, Rajan Tucker, he was a little bit expensive in his last over, and he did say that at the moment he's not quite doing the job for his team, but he's got the wicket of Ruffy. 41 for 25. He just made a decision, didn't he? About 10 balls ago, he was going to really start to play his shot and go after everything. But this one, a sharp delivery, rising and moving away from him. It gets a snick on it. Really good sharp catch taken there by Williams. So Williams holds on to the catch. And that will be the end of Adil Rafi. 41 of 25. And Rajan, at least he'd be able to say to his wife, well, I did get a wicket. He's got more than just the one wicket. And when she says, मैनू छड़ के चल गया सी तेनू की मिलिया कह सकता मैनू विकेट तो मिली सी एक दो विकेट मिल गया. Well, maybe he'll get another 1 or 2 as well, as a new bat will have to come in, still requiring 8, and they've got 23 balls to try and get it in. Born today, April the 12th, 1941, Bobby Moore from Barking, Essex, was an English footballer. It's a nice looking shot, gets partial hand to this, they won't get to, just a single. Yeah, from Essex, we know that some of the players that we're seeing are from the Essex area. A player known as the Golden Boy of English football and captain of the national side that defeated West Germany 4-2 in the 1966 World Cup final. That one goes through the batter as well. This is Sharma, who's been joined by Jonty. Jonty really hasn't had too much to shout about in this tournament with his batting. We have actually seen him opening at times. That's guided away. He's not running here. He's confident he's going to get 4, and he will get 4. That's a nice shot there from Avadish Sharma. He's got a bit of a swag about him, hasn't he? Notice before that delivery came his way, he did a little bit of dancing in his crease to try and deceive the bowler. Made it look like he was going to come down the track, and then he just stayed where he was and just guided away. Gets 4 runs, so 3 runs for victory. And not going to get it with that one. So just going back to Bobby Moore was born on this day in 1941. And of course, famous for that 4-2 victory, 1966 World Cup final at the Wembley Stadium in London. It was England's only World Cup championship, and at the high point of Moore's 19th year, 1,000 game career. They'll take the single, taking it now down to just 2 required. And just to remind everybody that the final, the big one, will be coming up in more or less an hour's time from now, scheduled to start for local time. So it gives us a chance to get a little bit of lunch in. It gives you a chance to maybe get your lunch or dinner, depending where you are. Kamati checks his field. You might as well have everybody in here, I think. They're needing only 2. They still are keeping Jack Andrew back, but I think there's so many bodies back here. I think you might as well just have everybody up. They only need 2. It goes for it, and it's dropped. Well, the man who's been very good at taking the catches is the captain, Robert Cobbold. Has held most things that's come his way, but he's not going to hold on to that. Sharma gets dropped on 6, and that was sharp. Good take from Williams. Marty again. And Jonty plays that out into the offside, and that will be the winning runs, or will it? Well, what's happened here? Well, obviously don't want to take the single. Well, what's going on there? Jonty Managanti, well, maybe they've said to him, if you want to win it, we've got to hit a boundary. This is where I'm the bowler. I'm bowling a wide. I'm going to say, well, okay, if you don't get him out, he's... well, I thought he almost steps out of his crease there. The bell does come off from Andy Williams, but the batter just gets back. Yeah, I mean, if you know that the batter is going to try to hit a boundary to win the match, I'm just going to bowl it down the leg side, bowl a wide and say, there you go, thank you very much. And, well, yeah, nobody likes to see this, to be honest. I mean, play the game. The game is done. Finish it off. Come on. I'm going to call it out. Bowl it wide, Maxi. Bowl it wide. There we go. And so we're going to miss this time. That will be the end of the over. The end of the match should have happened a long time ago. So scores still stay as they are. 1 required for victory. And, well, Jonty had a chance to finish off the match. And now it will go down to Sharma as those clouds that we were worried about have started to gather above us, and some of the rain is starting to fall. The only good thing is once this match is done, we will have that about an hour for this weather to pass. That's hit firmly, and they're still not running. Well, I suppose the All-Stars are just playing along with the game here. I think if I was Jack Andrew there, I might have just fallen over him before that one got to me. Right, that's high in the air, and Wist is going to land just to the right of me, and that will be it. So they will finish it with a boundary. They get their wish in the end. Fair play to the DEFRA All-Stars for playing ball with them. I certainly would not have been. That's what I would say. But that's the end of that match. And the match is done. Udian didn't like that. Yeah, Udian, I'm with you there. I don't think that was... that's the way to do it. But hey, it's each team to its own, but handshakes all around as the match comes to an end. Well done to the shooters. They do get their second victory. The Deaf All Stars couldn't quite bring up their second. And as the players shake hands, it's time for me to welcome you to, well, I don't know what I want to call where I am. I can't say that it's quite the commentary box or a commentary tent. It's kind of a little picnic area it's turned out to be. And, well, all sorts of things come out of the back of a van. Well, today, here in Spain at the Sporting Alfez cricket ground, it's the commentary and the production that's coming out of the back of the van. But look, whatever it takes, we bring you the cricket. So well done again to the shooters. They got a good win there. They'll be happy with their performances. Day one didn't go well for them, but day two and day three certainly did. They picked up a win on each one of those days, and quite emphatically as well. I want to say a very big well done also to the DEFRA All-Stars. I love the way they play their cricket. They play it with fun. They've got the right attitude about the game. It is a tour at the end of the day, and it's all about giving everybody a chance, everybody a game, and having some fun. And they have had some fun. And also, they have supported the charities here very well indeed as well. So big thanks to them. Also, a big thank you to, of course, Green Sox, who also wouldn't make the final later today. But speaking of that final, that's coming up in about an hour's time. Sporting Alfez, the home side, and their favourites will be in action up against Norbury. This is going to be a spectacular match because these two teams provided us with a very entertaining match yesterday where we saw both teams score over 200. We saw centuries as well. Christian Munus-Mule scored a century in that one. Of course, we're all looking forward to see Dhruv Mali in action again. And I think one of these two players will be the batter of the tournament. Which one will it be? That could all be decided in that final. And we might also know who perhaps is going to be the bowler of the tournament as well. But one thing we will know is who's going to be the champions of this Woodson Cup. So do join us in about an hour's time, ready for the big final.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello viewers and welcome back. We are ready for the final of this Woodson Cup. It's a match that a lot of people are looking forward to. Sporting out first, the home side taking on Newbury. We can tell you that the news from the coin toss is that Newbury, they did win the toss and decided that they will have a bat first. So that's the coin toss information for you. The Newbury are going to have a bat, and opportunity for me to welcome you wherever you are tuning in from around the world for what promises to be a very exciting match. Yesterday, these two teams did meet. Newbury also batted first. They put 200 runs on the board. There was a century there from Drew Marley, but they ended up on the losing side because the Sporting Outfest, thanks to another ton from Christian Muniz Mills, were victorious in the run chase. More about that in a moment. Let's go straight to the live action. Here's the first delivery, and it's Lalit Sharma who's got the ball. It's been worked away for a single. And they're coming back for a second, actually, as the fielding just goes a little bit astray there. Not really sure what happened. Should have been perhaps just a single, but I think the slide and stop goes a little bit wrong. And runs on the board. Yeah, welcome to everybody, wherever you are tuning in from. It's lovely to have you with us on this Sunday. That's played nicely, but just going to be a single. So this partnership's probably very key. These are two batters who have scored plenty of runs. Of course, you've got the top run scorer there, who is Drew Marley, 321 before the start of this match. And I think that man there in your shot, Christian Muniz Mills, I think he is going to be key in this match. Not just because he also has scored stat loads of runs, around 254, but because of his fielding as well. I know that in this tournament we've seen a lot of catches which have gone down, but we've seen a lot of good catches as well, and a lot of those have come from Sporting Outfast and particularly Christian. So Newbury winning the toss. They know what they've got to do. They've got to get big runs on the board. Hit away. There's Christian. Makes the stop. No boundary there. And a lot of people in the chat saying welcome to everyone for the final. I hope you had a nice break. Maybe did have a spot of lunch or dinner, depending on where you are. I managed to grab something to eat as well. I had a nice sausage sandwich with the brown sauce, everybody. Thanks very much to Kate in the clubhouse for, well, not just looking after me, but looking after everybody, keeping everyone well fed and well watered. First over comes to a close of the final of this Woodson Cup, this tournament, the 8th annual 2020 tournament. Of course, Madrid CC and Sporting Outfest are the hosts. 8 come off the first, so a nice tidy over there from Lalit. Of course, Lalit Sharma is one of the centurions of this tournament. We saw him score exactly 100 of 36 yesterday. In the same match, Naeem Nisar, also the left-hander here from Sporting Outfast, also scored a ton. It's a while since I've seen that. 2 centuries in the same innings. Slower ball, but he picks this beautifully. Gets the swivel on it. Boom! Shaka Lagya! Shaba. Drew Marley. One thing also now I suppose is worth mentioning is that players will know each other. So the likes of Drew Marley and also his partner up there, Ravi Dahia, will know what to expect from Waqar Ashraf. There's a slow one again. It's in the air. It's a chance and it's taken. That's the wicket. That's the big one. And Waqar Ashraf has no issues telling the batter which way to go. That's the big one. Dhruv Mali will go. The man who scored back-to-back centuries yesterday, he followed it up with a half century here this morning in the win against Greensock. He was put down on 0 in that match, but no mistakes here from Naeem Nisar. Nisar had his fair share of issues in the field yesterday, but not here today. Mali will go. That's a big wicket. Dhruv Mali goes for 9 of the 5 balls that he faced, and it's Ashraf who gets his wicket. He wanted to go for the shot. Now, one thing that's probably worth mentioning that probably has a play on that as well, as the wind. Wind is playing from where I am behind me, so coming in from the leg side, and anything that's hitting the air, unless it's got the full force and the full power, is not going to go as far as it would have done on the other days here. So that probably held that up as well. But a fine catch there, taken under pressure from the fielder, because he knew that was a big one. But it's well held. Nisar holds on to the catch. Nayak has come out at number 3. Now, what difference would that make to this match with that dismissal of Dhruv? Is that slower ball again, just gets played back, no run. Was a massive moment, and you can see when he went for the shot, went for the second boundary, doesn't get it out the middle. It was another slower delivery from Ashraf, and Ashraf, I love the way he was pumped up, and he just basically, as he celebrates, just shows the batter which way to go. You got to go that way now, son, he says. You got to go that way because you're done. So the big player goes for 9. Still been a fantastic tournament for Dhruv Mali. 330 runs in the tournament. That nice looking shot. Only will be a single. I think that now means for me that Ravi Dahiya is going to have to put a big shift in here with the bat. We're starting to say that I feel that Dhruv Mali and Ravi Dahiya, the 2 openers, are going to be the key. They've got to try and get a good score on the board, or a good start at least. One of them is gone. There's the slow ball again. Nayak only tamely plays it back to Ashraf. That's the end of the over. What a good over that is from Ashraf. 8 runs come from it, but he's got the huge wicket, the huge prize, to the delight, I think, of a lot of the Sporting Alpha supporters, not just here at the ground, but I know that a lot are tuning in from all over the place. A lot of them have been in the chat as well. A massive wicket goes. So now let's see how things go from here on in. 2 overs complete, 16 for 1. And Lalit will carry on. Bowling, he's second. Full toss on the pads, and that's an easy put away from Tahir. Remember, before we saw that first turn from Dhruv Mali in the match, it was actually Ravi Dahiya who was getting the better of the 2. He scored 53, it was, of 35, but it was only once he departed that we saw Dhruv Mali really come into his own and excel. So we know that he too, Ravi's a very good player. Sporting Alphas will know that as well. That's firmly hit. Work to be done here by the fielders. Christian comes across, gets the dive in, makes a save. And that one pops over Lalit as it hits the edge of the pitch. So just the 2 runs. How many runs does Christian alone save out there? Sliding and making those all-important stops. And all of those runs do add up. Let's play it out, and once that gets past the infielder, it's going to go all the way to the boundary. It's placed perfectly. gets that past the outstretched hand there of Asad Raza. 4 more runs. We're having a look at the maximum rate. So you can see that Sporting Alfas are way ahead there. Norbury will say, well, they never really had the full quota of their 20 overs to add to their quota, which is a fair point. Doesn't quite get this out the middle. And Jake Sunderland can't pick it up, but he knows, you just know that Christian is going to be there. Christian, of course, yesterday was in incredible form. We'll talk about the teams in a moment, maybe after this delivery. They go, oh, look at that! My goodness me! I've never seen a Tortuga bounce like it. Tortuga! All together now. Wow, you got to feel a little bit sorry there for Raza. He's coming in to pick the ball up. He hits the deck, and well, I think even the late great Shane Warne would have been over the moon with movement like that. There was nothing that Raza could do. It gets past him. It doesn't go to the boundary, though. The batters run a couple. 29 for 1 after the 3 overs. But, of course, the big news, of course, is that Dhruv Mali is back in the shed. The man who scored stat loads of runs. So let's have a look at Sporting Alfas first. They easily chased the 135 they needed to beat the Shooters. Danny Everett was their hero on that day for Sporting Alfas, because Sporting Alfas were made to sweat as Ashraf comes into the attack again to bowl his second. Everett scores 54 not out to help Alfas home with 12 balls to go, but they did lose 6 wickets. It will just be a single good full-length delivery that time from Ashraf. Then, of course, came the match against Greenstock. High-scoring one, 226 for 4. Christian Manus-Mills, 112 of 43, was supported well there by David McClements, who made 66 not out. That partnership was worth 183. Greenstock's made 174 in return. So a win by 52 runs on that occasion by Alfas. Then, of course, Sporting Alfas had to play 2 back-to-back yesterday. And the first one was Norbury, which we said at the time would probably be what the final was going to be. Norbury scored 211 and Dhruv Mali scored 107 of 65 not out. Sporting Alfas, though, got the runs. Oh, good stop. Great diving stop there from Tyrone Malion. And hello to Tyrone's family. I know that a lot of viewers from South Africa are probably tuning in and supporting him. So Sporting Alfas, yeah, they got there with a win by 6 wickets with 6 balls to go. Slower ball. And that's the one that has been so successful for Ashraf. But that one will be called a wide. Doesn't like the call. He has a quick look back at the umpire and says, you are umpire. To go back to his mark. Remember, just 2 runs, no extra balls. Same rules for the final. He's hit that hard and he's got it in the gap. That's a dashing shot for 4. Ravi Dahia. Lovely shot to bring the over to an end. 37 for 1. Glorious stroke. So going back to the last match then for Sporting Alfas, this is when we saw the 2 tons in the innings. Sporting Alfas 268 for 4. Lalit Sharma 136 and Naeem Nisar 102 of 47. And the All-Stars beaten by 92 runs as they finished on 176. And Norbury, we know that they lost yesterday to Sporting Alfas. Today, this morning, they came back strong with a comfortable victory over Greenstock in that rain. That was a rain-affected match, I should say, where DLS came into play. Greenstocks were 80 for 1 after 11, but no further play in their innings meant that DLS meant their score was a 106, so the target became 107, which Norbury knocked off with 14 balls to go. Drew Malley scoring 55 of those. And then, of course, Norbury, we saw them in action in day one. 190 for 7, beating the Shooters 164. Soft hands to play that one away. It's Naeem who took the catch to remove Drew into the action. Things certainly have changed for him, haven't they? He was having, I was calling it yesterday, he was having a bit of a mare. Catches being dropped, misfields, colliding into Christian. But then everything changed. It's a swipe and a miss here from Ravi. Everything changed in when he went out there to bat. Had a little bit of luck, made it count, went on to make the century. And then he holds on to the all-important catch to take the prize wicket of Drew Malley. Here he is now with the ball. It's hit in the air. It's going to beat everybody. It might even go all the way. Let's have a look what this is. Christian says it's 4 carreras. And you'll never distrust Christian because he's got to be one of the most honest blokes that you know. He's a true gentleman, is Christian. 4 runs, good hit, straight down the ground. I'm pretty sure that once this power play is done, those sort of shots won't be so easy because Sporting Alfaz will put 3 in a line. Oh, that's that short ball again. It doesn't like it there, does he? There's a few times that he's missed this. He's playing it so early, is Ravi, because the thing is, he's coming forward. He wants to come forward and attack the bowler, but in doing so, he's putting himself in the wrong position to play the pull or the hook shot. And every time he comes forward, Nisar is banging it in short. And this time, he does stay back, but he still gets beaten by that short delivery. Probably got to be one for the over there. Once again, I'm not able to see the square leg umpire that well because there's a tree that's in the way. But I think that was possibly could have been the one for the over. Right, goes for it. It's in the air. Christian's not going to get anywhere near this. This will go all the way. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. Arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Boom, shakalaka. And that boundary comes off the last ball of the over. 5 gone then. 48 for 1. Teams have been around about 60 something. At the end of the power play, I think if Norbury stay at that pace, they'll be fairly happy with their work. So not the worst of overs, that one. But that big 6 means that 11 come from that first from Naeem Nisar. I think he gets away a little bit with the short stuff. I think that last one there, probably another one that would have been over the shoulder. I think that probably should have been a no ball, but I'm sure the umpires have got a good eye on that. Here's Jake Sunderland, so bit of pace, and that's played nicely. Good bit of fielding as well. They cover that gap well. That's Nisar. He's in the action today, isn't he, Naeem? Captain Jake Sunderland, and he comes again. It's up in the air. He's going to just get over the infield. One thing I've noticed with Jake Sunderland, several times when he's bowled, batters score off him playing that shot. Because when he does pitch it up, the option is on. And I do feel, I mean, don't you want to, I think as a bowler, you'd say, well, until they start hitting it over the top of me, I don't want to push somebody back. But I think he's somebody who could start with long off back because it tends to be a popular area for the batters to hit him. Oh, short one right on his shoulder. So being targeted and peppered with some short stuff is Ravi Dahia. Tómalo, tómalo. Eso es poquito de picante. Bastante picante. You don't like it. Así me no gusta. No gusta la fuego, No gusta la fuego. I wonder if you now test it with a slower ball here. Let's see. It's an edge, maybe. Oh, doesn't carry. It's a superb effort. It just, for me, this just doesn't carry. It's a tremendous effort. It really is. Remarkable effort. Does so well to get hands to it, but it was dipping on him viciously. It's super effort there from Danny Everett. I think it was a slightly slower one there as well for Sunderland. I think slower and short and a bit wider. They take just a single. Nayak just plays this out and we'll get another single. Nayak played some nice shots early on in that last match, didn't he? When they made a slow start, Nayak, they lost Ravi early, remember, in the win that we just saw them have against the against Green Sox. But he came and he played some really nice shots, so keep an eye on him. All right, this one is not out the middle. It will be stopped by Christian. And the mere fact that Christian is the fielder who's fielding it is enough for the batters not to want to take two. 56 for one. So they don't quite get to the 60. They're going to fall a few short. And it looks like, I reckon, yeah, that's probably Dahir who's getting a little bit of ointment or spray on his arm, because the short deliveries that have been fired at him, one of them has caught him. So there was some of the magic spray being applied on the forearm of Ravi. And Paulo Kempin saying, we want a golden ball final. Well, let's see if that's what we have. And Nissa, I heard somebody saying that Nissa's got very good pace. Maybe he should focus a bit on his line and length. But they're making a bowling change here. Interesting. Looks like Damien is going to bowl over number 7. So they just want to change things up a little. I quite like this. Name Nissa didn't bowl bad at all, but they just want to make a change. They want to try something different to see if they can, by taking the pace off here, get a wicket. So I like this move. We are, of course, out of the power play, so more fielders can go back, and straight away they try and go after him. Ravi misses out on that. Quick look now at the field, because it has changed. And they have got that Southern Cross field as I expected. And if you don't know what I mean about the Southern Cross, I'll try and explain it to you. Right, high in the air, but this is going to clear everybody. That is a big 6. It crunches into one of the palm trees that's on the other side of the ground where the car park is. Well, Ravi Dahir might be hurting, but not as much as the palm tree that gets clobbered by that one. That's a big hit. Nice shot there off the Sporting Alfest clubhouse, the pavilion, where Newbury are sat amongst the Sporting Alfest supporters. 44 of 24, Ravi. He's the one they want to get. He's the one who could still help Norbury to post a big score. He goes for it again, and he gets it. That's absolutely cream crackered out of here. Shaba, Shaba, Kinna, Sona, Shaka, Lagya. Dahir brings up his 50 in 25 balls, and he does it boom shaka, boom, boom, boom style. But he knows, with no Dhruv Mali at the other end, that he's got to keep on going. This is just the start. He's got to go on from here. So I was going to talk about that Southern Cross field. It's a good opportunity for me to do so. If you imagine you're looking at your watch, so 6 o'clock, that's where Christian is fielding. Then if you go from 6 o'clock to clockwise and go to 8 o'clock, you've got one fielder there. And then if you go the other way, anti-clockwise, go past 6 o'clock where Christian is and go to 4 o'clock, that's where the other fielder is. So you've got uno, dos, tres, all down the ground, waiting for the straight hit. Other than that, you've got one out on the offside and one on the leg side, right across each other. So kind of extra cover and square leg. He wants to go it again, and he's going to just get it just out of reach of Naim Nisa. No hay dos en tres. It's Calypso style. Shaka, shaka, shaka. Seis más. Take a look at the Manhattan there. Started off pretty even, Steve, with 8, and now he's gone upwards brutally in this over. And this one's a bit fuller as gets swept. Fielded there by David McClements. So this over from Damien. 19 from it with the ball to go. Nayak hasn't had to do too much at the moment. He's just been pushing the ball around. And he gets beaten by a good one. Well, I think they're saying he's bowled here. Well, they're saying he's bowled. The wicketkeeper believes he gets bowled. Now, this is all down to what the umpire has seen here. The umpire is saying, well, all right, if I am, I am. I don't. The batter is saying, but I think he is bowled. Yeah, he's bowled. The bell's come off. It looked like the keeper was first appealing for a caught behind, but it wasn't. It was appealing for a bowled. It's gone straight through him, and I reckon here the ball, as it's gone through, it's just given the bail a little kiss on the way through, a little bit of a mwah, and the bail has come off. The battery is then saying, well, okay, well, I don't know. The wicketkeeper, Tyrone, was jumping up and down. It was with excitement. And I don't think either umpire knew. Fair play to the batter tonight. He says, well, all right, the bails are down. Fair enough, I'm going. And I think what Tyrone was saying is, have a look at the bails. They haven't fallen forward. I've had nothing to do with it. So that's going to be up bowled to Damien after gone for 19. The last ball of the over does take a wicket. Score 75 for 2. And Nayak, he's going to get bowled and doesn't really know too much about it. So just when you were thinking that going and making a change and going to Damien may not have been the best of ideas, well, it proves to be a good idea. It does remove another batter. Good delivery, well bowled. Yorker length. Well, we know where that one is going to show up when we have a look at that graphic, which shows us the length of all the deliveries. Big shout out to Rado, our time partner. Great to have Rado on board. Rado, Switzerland, master of materials. They definitely are. Oh, it's a little bit late going. You better hurry up, A direct hit and he's gone for all money. There was no doubt about it. This is Thomas Wooding. We sometimes see Thomas Wooding batting without a lid, but not on this occasion. Yeah, he was very slow to go. And you can understand why, because he was right on the back foot. Oh, that's close. It's just out of reach from Tyrone. There's a thick edge there. And a little bit of luck. Hay poquito de suerte. Hay por la vida here. Eso es 4 carreras. And, well, that's nicely done by one of the stars of the future. And nice to see not only the adults, but also the juniors here at Sporting Earthers enjoying the action. Jake Sunderland probably wants to make Ravi Dahia more uncomfortable with the short stuff, but he goes for the slow one. This one, is he going to carry? Yes, it will! Christian Munoz-Mills has taken another outstanding first-class catch. What a technique! What a catch! What a player! This guy is just another level. Eso hombre, eso chico es una máquina. That is an outstanding catch. And there's that Southern Cross field. What was I telling you before? And there's the wicket they wanted. Ravi Dahia will go for 62. A good knock from him, 62 of 30. And it's the slower ball from Jake Sunderland that gets the wicket. Christian still had so much to do, but the technique to take the catch, go back and watch it. You'll admire it. And you'll admire it for time to come, because he just literally slid along the ground to get under the ball to take the catch. It was quite amazing. 81 for 3. He has gone 62 for 30. Christian takes a catch, and Sunderland has the wicket that they wanted. Short one, and that's well shot. Brilliantly done. Short one into the body, but that's nicely played. So Wooding is joined by, that's a Sonny Moore, who's come in at number 5. So now we're going to see what Norbury are made of when you haven't got the likes of Ravi or Dhruv out there in the middle. Oh, it's going to be, is it just a dot? It might be a wide, actually. The umpire's going to give a signal here now. Yeah, so that's going to be 3 runs. 2 for the wide, and the batters also run. It's the end of the over. The last 2 overs have produced wickets. Damien went for 19, but did pick up 1. And they're now making another change. Not going to go back to Damien here. Even though Ravi, who took a liking to him, is gone, they're going to go back to Naeem. So Naeem Nisar now, they're going to stick with the pace for the moment. 85 for 3, 10 off the over, but a wicket as well. So 29 may have come off the last 2, but 2 wickets have fallen there as well. Naeem Nisar bowling now to Wooding. That's going to be, goes down the leg side, but I think the umpire just having a chat here with the bowler and saying you need to not run in front of me. I don't know if that's the reason why there's no wide ball called there. Naeem Nisar back to his mark. And he's certainly putting the effort in. And so are the fielders. Good fielding again there from Lalit. He made an outstanding stop early on to stop Sunil getting a boundary of his first ball. And he saves that one there as well. Just have a look at the action here from the bowler, Naeem Nisar. So before he gets back to his mark, you see, he'll start his run just about here. He starts running, turns around, and in he comes, and he really does put effort into it. That's just guided away this time for a single. So one thing you are likely to see, quite understandably, with that wicket of Ravi Gang is that the pace at which they were scoring the runs will slow down. In other words, the run rate will slow down a little. And that, of course, will suit Sporting Alphas to a T. That's going to be a couple of bounces before it goes through to the fielder out there in the deep. That's normally where Asad is, Asad Raza. In comes Nisar again. Short, that probably is a wide, and it's a tricky take there for Tyrone as well. That ball was climbing, and Tyrone, he almost gets surprised by that. Yeah, a few people saying this is where you miss replays. I think they're referring to the catch that was taken there by Christian. Yeah, I mean, if we had the replay, and for those of you that have gone back and watched it, tell me about it. You can watch it again and again and again. It was outstanding. I think it was better than the one that he took yesterday when Fraser was bowling. Talking to Fraser, I have to give the young man a shout out. I know he is here at the ground. Remember, he went for a catch yesterday and the ball landed quite awkwardly on his wrist. He had to go off the field to play. He has been and had an x-ray. That all happened yesterday. The good news is there isn't a break, and if I'm told correctly, he's damaged some ligaments there, so we won't see him anymore in this tournament. And Fraser, we wish you a very speedy recovery. That one is where the batters are trying to start a recovery. Sunil Moore goes boom, shakalagia. And this is where Norbury and the Norbury fans say, we need some more of that. Give us some more. Well, Sadie will try. We'll go back to Damien here. So they are really rotating the bowlers big time, aren't they? Tries again, and Sunderland takes the catch. Another one bites the dust. And that is the end of Sunil. There won't be any more. There'll be nada. Damien, he might be going for a few runs, but he's picking up the wickets as well. Sunil will go. Good catch taken. This is what I was talking about, folks. The difference between Sporting Alphas out there in the field compared to some of the other sides is vast. They don't drop too many catches. They might not have been at their best yesterday when they did drop a few. Well, we know that. But here today in the final, they are polished and they're up for it. It's another batter will go. Moore goes for just 9. 9 off 5. This time it's the captain, Sunderland, that holds onto the catch. And Damien picks up another wicket. 97 for 4. A new bat who's making his way out there now. This, trying to work out who that actually is. Could be Pankaj, I think. Might be Pankaj Moore, so one more gets replaced by another more. You want some more? We'll give you some more. Plays that out onto the offside from his back foot. Takes the single. The game had a good rate. Question is, are they going to be able to keep that momentum going? It is Pankaj that has gone out there. Pankaj will have to be key with the ball as well, you know, here today. There'll be another single. You can see that Sporting Alphas don't seem to be too worried about keeping the fielders pretty deep. Kind of a very defensive field. Singles won't hurt them. Boundaries will. And a little dally to bring up the 100. That's the 100 now up on the board. And well, they think about another, and in the end they decide against it. Damien is quick and alert. And that's the applause for the 100 from Norbury. But really, they know that they need to do the same again in the second half. That's a lot fuller from Damo this time. The fielder comes across, does the fielding, in comes the throw. And that is the end of the first 10 overs. You can see the split there of where the runs have been scored. Most of them have been down the ground, but catching down there as well in that mid-wicket area. Welcome everybody wherever you're tuning in from, and welcome to the final. We told you it would be explosive. We told you it would be entertaining, and it's been all of that so far. 101 for 4 after 10, but we know that Norbury, as I said, have to do the same again. You've got to be looking for at least 200 plus against this very powerful Sporting Alphas side. One thing also say about Sporting Alphas is they do have, I feel, a much better bowling attack than Norbury. Slow ball to start off with first from Waka Ashraf. You kind of expect that's what it's going to be when Waka comes on to bowl. And, well, let's just say that Waka, not only is he pleasing us with his bowling, Mr. Bombay Mix. Speaking of food, Mr. Bombay Mix also works in a very popular establishment just, well, I would say a few hundred metres away from here. Because certainly when I went for a stroll last night, I know a lot of the cricketers from all the teams were gathered outside the establishment where they had plenty of good food. So thank you, Waka, for feeding us. Short and ugly fielders chasing after it and can't get to it. Wasn't a great delivery. Wasn't the most powerful of shots from Pankaj. But he does bring up his boundary. Wooding at the other end hasn't, in all fairness, had a lot of strike. 8 balls for 6. But it's all about partnerships here. In comes Ashraf, probably quicker this time. It is. And whipped away. Not going to carry to the fielder. McClements keeps it just to 1. And a few people saying, yeah, Wooding, he's still there. He's a bit more of an attacking batter. Let's see. That's a slower one. Just gets dragged to McClements again. Keeps it to a single. And ooh, inside edge. And Quinton van Jaarsveld was in the chat saying, well done, my boy. Yeah, I mean, look, Damien van Jaarsveld, he's taken a lot of punishment, but what he's shown is that it doesn't matter. You keep your head up. It's all part of the plan. You might get a bit of stick, but if you pick up a wicket, it's all worth it, and he's done just that. Remember, he picked up the surprise wicket of Nayak. Didn't really know too much about it. Nipped the bail off, and also picked up a wicket of Sunil Moore, just as Moore looked like he was going to start to join up some boundaries. And Quinton, here he is again, and we wish him luck. Norbury supporters will be hoping not. Pankaj on strike. Well, he doesn't get this out of the middle. It's up in the air. Should be taken. Will be taken. Well, there you go, Quinton. More love for you. And I'm sure more love from you too, Damien. Well, your boy's done it again. He's taken his 3rd wicket, 3 for 29. Well, you wouldn't think that was going to be the story when his first 5 balls went for 19. But he's come back well. And he has taken the wicket there of Wooding. Well, Wooding skies it up. A number of players were going after that. Ashraf being one of them. I think Lalit was there as well. But in the end, the keeper says, that is mine, like good keepers should do. Tyrone takes the catch. Damien gets another wicket. And Norbury, they are 109 now for 5. Wooding has to depart and never really got a chance to open up this time. And that's the end of him. Caught by Tyrone. And Damien, 3 wickets. And you feel that he's got more left in him yet. Only bowling his 3rd. Now the new batter goes out. And this is Anish Sharma. He's coming in much lower than we've seen him in this tournament. Anish takes guard. And I know that Anish has a lot of people that are watching him as well. And hello to Kim as well. Who's been supporting Damien not just today but yesterday. The Jaarsveld family are a very happy bunch at the moment, that's for sure, and so they should be. And I just feel they might have some more celebration and more celebrating to do just yet. All right, high in the air, fielder under it, and just couldn't take the catch. But in fairness there, Sunderland had already stepped on the line, so from the moment he's touched this one, it's going to be 6. That's a good strike there from Sharma, because even with the wind blowing from behind me, that would have been pushing this ball, or trying to push this ball back into the field of play. He's got enough of it to get the Maximo. 6 runs. Sharma gets off the mark with a boundary. Ooh, well, that's the kind of delivery that knocked the bail off to remove Nayak. A good change up there from Damien. It's played to the extra cover boundary area, where Nisar will just underarm it back. All right. Now we got, well, obviously been some errors there in the scoring, because Wooding is still there. So that wasn't Wooding that was gone. That was Pankaj. Well, apologies, as Wooding plays a very nice shot. He likes to play on the offside, does Wooding. So good running there by Wooding. Yeah, Wooding is still there, so beg your pardon. I've gone by what the scorers were telling us. It wasn't Wooding who went, it was Pankaj. So I'll have to scribble things on my bits of paper. That was the end of the over. 118 for 5. That's 12 overs now completed. Yeah, so Pankaj is the batter that went 8 of 6. And caught there by Melion. We know that. And it was Damien that took his wicket. So I don't think I'll change Wooding yet. I'll just leave it as it stands, because it might work out that way. Sharma. Sharma to Sharma. Sharma to Sharma. I like this. Lalit Sharma to Anish Sharma. The battle of the Sharmas. Oh, he's missed out on that one as well. And Anish Sharma, of course, most of you would know the running joke between me and Anish, and that's of course to do with the helmet, which he's not wearing now. Oh, he's hit that, but not too well. Christian makes a stop. Now, Christian had just swapped with Jake Sunderland after Jake wasn't able to take that last catch. I mean, I still do maintain that. I know he doesn't hold on to it and he got fingertips to it, but he was stepping on the line. It would always have been 6. That's, well, knows the call. I think that, well, it was a bit of a wild show, but it does get taken by Lalit. I think that was a single. I'm not sure why they don't take that. Wooding plays that along the ground. 1 was the call there from David. It will only be just the 1. Loving the movement in the field from Sporting Outfits as well. No matter where the ball goes, there's always somebody backing it up. When that throw came in, ball before the last, Christian was backing up. In that one, we saw that it was David McClements backing up. They're all moving around in the field. Right, high in the air, but this one is going to go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. Shaba, Shaba. Sharma smashes another big 6 out of here. That's his second maximum, 126 for 5. 13 overs complete. Yeah, and Sharma, first time I saw him, he didn't wear a lid. And he was up against the pace. I think it was Asif. No, the pace of Asif from the shooters. Hang on a minute. Here comes the lid. Well, can we have the camera on this? So Anish Sharma now does get the lid on. Well, maybe he says, right, I'm going to do it this way, Rico. I'll finish the story first. Hopefully he'll have time to tell it. So he didn't wear a lid. He ended up on his deck from Asif, from the shooters, as a quick bowler. And I think the ball just probably skimmed his hair as it went past for 4 buys. And I said at the time he should wear a lid. He didn't last very much longer in that match. He got out. Here comes Nisar. That's played away by Wooding for a single. Well, I'll try and finish before he faces the next delivery. So, the next match, or before the next match, I saw him in the evening and said, hey, look, on this bouncy track with these quick bowlers, you should wear a lid. So he did. Yesterday he wore a lid and he made a 5-ball duck. After that, when we saw him again, he didn't wear a lid. And when I spoke to him last night, he said, see, Rico, I got a duck because I wore a lid. So now he's doing it 2 ways. It starts without, but now he's gone to the lid. And he's played a nice shot for 4. So there you go. Anish Sharma, you can bat with a lid. And I like it. I love it. It's little stories and moments like this that make it all worth it for me. So Anish Sharma says, you know what, Rico? You're saying I should wear a lid. I'm saying I can't bat with a lid because I can't see it. Let me do it. Let's meet you halfway. I'll start without. I'll get me iron. I'll hit 2 sixes and then I'll get the lid. All right, let's see if it works for him. That was a nice shot for 4, by the way. And he's hit that nicely along the ground. Should only be a single. The Southern Cross field is still in place. Big shout out to our host federation, Cricket España, for all your work and getting everything set up here. And of course, we once again hosted by Cricket España when we're at La Manga next weekend. Short. And doesn't like to play that pull or hook shot. And I think the other bowlers will take a look at this with Wooding. He does like to play out in the off. He does play some outstanding cut shots, and we've seen him play through the covers beautifully, but doesn't like the short stuff. And he's having a little bit of a chat there with Naeem Nisar, saying, hey, bud, take it easy on me. I don't like it there. Have a look at that Manhattan up. You'll see that most of the time it stayed pretty steady around about 8 and over. Every so often there's a few of those peaks. There's that short one again, and this time it's to Sharma. Sharma leaves that. I think if the ball in that area, it's wide outside the off, you got to have a go. You got to swing your bat at it. Hope maybe you get a top edge or something, or manage to get it through the gap between the third and backward point. You don't want to be leaving balls. You don't want to be dotting up. After leaving that one, I feel he's going to be swinging hard here. And he does swing hard, and he's going to go. There it is. The wicket goes. Catch is taken by Denny Everett. I saw that coming. So there's the wicket. It's again that shorter delivery. The short ball has certainly worked well here. Not over short. Sometimes it can be too short. We know that. But it was just the good short of length delivery. Sharma had one thing on his mind. I think he was going to swing hard at this no matter what happened after choosing not to do the same to the ball before. Gets a bit of a snick. He's going to depart for 19. So it's going to be 19 for Sharma off 11. Good catch taken there by Everett. Remember, he had a close chance to take one earlier in the innings, but that one just dropped short of him. But he holds on to that one. He rewards Nisar with a wicket. Nisar seems to be in the game all the time at the moment. So 135 for 6. That wicket falling right at the end of the over. 14 overs complete. 6 overs to go. They're going at the moment currently about 9.6. If they keep going at that, they will get that 200 or close to the 200 aboard at the moment. Expected score 193. They've got to get, for me, they've got to get that 200, I feel. Some people saying, Hassan Ahmed saying 190. Is it possible? Well, we'll have to wait and see. I think if it is, Wooding is going to have to start playing some shots. But you're also now at a point, that one's fit over pitch. It was a hit me ball, really, but doesn't really make the most of it. Wooding, that's the thing with Wooding. I think he's a bit limited to his shot selection. And I think if you bowl short to him, you can suss him out. Well, that's what I'm thinking. New batter that's in is the father of Dhruv Mali. So this is Woodson Mali. Plays this one out for a single. We haven't really seen too much of the batting at this point from Norbury. They haven't tended to lose so many wickets, so this is all going to be new territory for Norbury. Gone. Goes across the line, full and straight. Ugly shot from Wooding. Wooding needed to try and get going. I think he was feeling under pressure. Goes across the line, picks the wrong one to go for. Lalit Sharma knocked down the peg. And it's 13 and an out. The unlucky 13 for Wooding. He will go. I had him out on 7 earlier. But he is out this time for sure. 13 of 16 deliveries cleaned up there by Lalit. So number 8 and 9 come together. So this, as I say, is all very new territory. Batters we haven't seen before. And this looks like is the wicketkeeper Vishwas Rayovilas, who's now coming out. Well, Vishwas needs to go bish bash boom, doesn't he? That's what he needs to do. But can he? You never know. Maybe he can. We haven't seen him as yet. But it ain't going to be easy. So remember, 193 expected score was at one point. I think it could now go down very quickly here. They may even struggle to get to a 160 here, you know. And if Sporting Alphas really get it right, they might skittle them before their 20 overs is up. Lalit Sharma with the ball. That's a nice full delivery. It's pushed away. Got to be looking for 2 here, surely. And they're a little bit too careful and cagey. Didn't really run the first one very, very quickly. But then I don't think that Madhu Mali is the quickest in running in between the wickets. A bit more of a senior player than some of the others. And it's a good quick delivery to Madhu Mali. It's a dot ball. Let's see if we're going to see a real drop in that Manhattan in these last few overs. Slightly slower, gets worked away on the offside. It's going to be just a single once again. Sporting Alphas turning the screw and starting to put themselves in a very good position in this match. Good over there from Sharma. 139. Here from Jake Sunderland and the tactics from Sporting Alphas, the way they've used the bowling. If you look at the way they've been used, Lalit Sharma opened the bowling, Ashraf bowled 2, Sharma did bowl his second, Ashraf bowled his second, then they went to Nisar, Sunderland, Damien, then Sunderland again, Nisar, Damien, Ashraf, Damien, Sharma. They've just kept using and veering it around, and now they go back to Damien to bowl his last. So they haven't allowed the batters to get used to any kind of consistency from the bowling. It's always been different, and Damien is bowled so well. Picked up 3, remember. Bowling his last. Can he pick up 4? Best bowling that we've had in this tournament so far was from Niraj Parekh from the shooters, 4 for 15. Oh, straight through him. How's that missed? And Vishwas plays and misses. Sporting Alphas, the home side. Probably started as the tournament favourites. That's just played out into the onside. Doesn't really try and hit it too hard, which is probably a good thing because you've got the likes of McClements and Christian waiting to take the catch. That's whipped away. That's a nice looking shot. It's actually a very good shot there from Madhu Mali. It's onto the pads. He gets himself in a good position. That was all about getting into a position and then being able to execute the shot. Very nicely done. Got a real fight on our hands here. And speaking of fights and fighters, share some info for you. 1989, American boxer Sugar Ray Robinson, a 6-time world champion who was considered by many to have been the best fighter in history, died at the age of 67 back on this day. That's played out to the offside, just going to be a single. And staying on that theme, 1981, American Joe Louis, world heavyweight boxing champion from 1937 to 1949, died at the age of 66. Over comes to an end. Looks like the captain, Jake Sunderland's going to bowl the next. 146 for 7. On this day, 1981, NASA launched the first space shuttle, Columbia, which was designed to orbit Earth, transport people and cargo to and from spacecraft, and glide to a runway, landing on its return to Earth. That was magnificent to see, wasn't it? And Jake Sunderland is gliding into his action. Not quite looking like Columbia, the space shuttle, as he comes in. But he's certainly trying to launch some more fiery deliveries towards these batters. Norbury, what can they get to here? Can they get to that 180? Over by over. The expected score comes down. Tries to work this away. Doesn't really make good contact. It's... Ooh, well, looking from the reactions of... I think that's Shaquille. He feels that he might have had a wicket there if that hit. There's that slower delivery. Well bowled and really well taken there by Tyrone behind the stumps. Hello to John Gray, who joins us. He's saying that Alpha's beginning to take control. Yeah, they are, aren't they? Oh, there's that quicker one. That's whipped away nicely. The long chase here. Andale, andale, iba, meep, meep. And a good bit of that team fielding. The slide, the stop, the lay on, the throw. Nicely done. Just a couple there. 150 does come up, but they need to get a push on here. The rate is starting to go down pretty quickly. It's played away, but to the fielder, deflects away. They do bring that point fielder up from the boundary. And I'm wondering where they've deployed wide third on the boundary. So that's what they've done. They brought the point in to push the third back because they're expecting there could be an edge of the pace bowlers from the batters who are swinging and hoping. Well, that's that slow one again, but kind of stops the shot there. I think you're going to go through with it, Vishwas. You've got to swing. Third has been pushed back. I think you've got to be brave here. 17 overs completed, 151, 3 overs to go. So, as I've been saying, the projected score going down all the time. Time for a question. There's always time for a question, and maybe I'll give you the answer to this at the start of the reply from Sporting Alphas. Born today, 1917, Indian all-rounder Vinod Mankad. But what does he and Rhodes have in common? Okay, that's my question. So one more time. Born today, 1917, Indian all-rounder Vinod Mankad. But what does he and Rhodes have in common? We'll go back to that a bit later, but let's see how this innings comes to an end here. Have a look at the ball height. Look how many short deliveries there have been in there. That's going to be just a single. tiki-taka, tiki-taka. And it's been, what now, that's about 10 balls since the last boundary. Interesting to see the length of a lot of these deliveries. Not so much from Ashraf. Let's see, slower ball that's been played away, but again, they just haven't been. Ashraf, he's got the slow ball which batters just cannot put away. The thing about it is you know it's coming. So you know that slow ball is coming, but they just can't put it away. Then he comes again. This time it's quicker and goes right through the batter. He's unlucky not to take the wicket. Have a look where the runs have come. So what that tells you is that the short ball has worked, because we've seen a number of short deliveries when we look at some of those other graphics and stats, but the number of runs scored behind the crease of the batter, that one's that slow ball again, just reaching for the single, have been 12% on the offside, 16% on the leg side. So in other words, those short balls, the batters haven't been able to guide them into areas where they can get too many runs. They haven't been able to play the uppercuts, haven't been able to cut, haven't been able to really play the sweep shot. There's the slow one again, and it's another one that's been missed out on. Very well bowled by Ashraf. What a good spell of bowling that is from him. 1 for 27, and don't forget, he started it off by getting that big prize wicket of Dhruv Mali for just 9. 154 for 7. Sporting Alfaz firmly in the driving seat. And of course, that chart there doesn't make good reading, does it, for Norbury, because they know they're up against a team that have been smashing the most sixes as well. I often say when we talk about T10, if you look at the teams that have hit the most sixes, they're the teams that will do better overall in the tournament. It kind of applies the same here in T20, because the top 3 are our top 3. It's another one that gets through as Naeem Nisar comes into the attack. Once again, intelligent in the way that the bowlers have been used. Yeah, look at that. 40 to 41. Those balls, that shows you the ball height. That's where the problems have occurred here for Norbury. They haven't been able to deal with the balls that have been in that kind of region. The shorter deliveries. It's another one that's a good shot, though. That should be 4 runs. That's nicely played. And Madhu Mali plays that beautifully. He knows that that's the area they're going to target. So we do see some runs in that area. We were just talking about where a lot of those shorter balls haven't been guided and worked away in that area. I want to see the chart that shows us where the balls have been pitching. You know, the one I'm talking about, which has the columns and the rows, the bingo card. I want to see the bingo card. The crick bingo card. That's a bit fuller this time. Doesn't give him the same width to work with. Because I think when we have a look at that, you'll have a look at how many short deliveries there's been. Oh, almost. Oh, it could be out. Should be out. And he's missed. Oh, yaar, ki kar ditta. Hi, hi, hi. Inna lagge siga. Miss kita kar gaya. Well, he misses. Cannot believe he misses. Boy, oh boy. And not only does he miss, he gives a single away. Does get it out the middle. Kind of slides off the bat. Just going to be a single. So we're coming up to the end of the 19th. Sumer Sethi is padded up, ready to get in there if he gets a chance. Naeem Nisar goes back to his mark, and he comes to bowl the last of this, the 19th. And he's going to get this one through. You've got to run here. as that one just gets away from Tyrone. So there's going to be a bye. The batters do cross over, which isn't a bad thing really, because I think you probably do want to get Madhu on strike. Vishwas has had 9 balls for 5. He's really struggled out there. It's hardly surprising. This is what I wanted to see. Have a look at that. Look where those balls have been bowled. You've only seen, 7 and 8 kind of pitched up half volley length. All the others, though, in row number 2 and 3, the golden zone. And that's why it's been so difficult for the batters to get anything away. They haven't been able to play that short of a length heavy ball. And when it's coming at you at a bit of pace as well, the pace of Sharma, the pace of Nisar, or the captain here, Jake Sunderland, it makes it even harder to put away. Here's the last over then. And you've got to swing hard. Got to try and make something happen. You've got to really take on the fielders as well. Try to get to as many as you can. I was saying that you definitely have to. For me, you had to get that 200. Minimum 180, but ideally 200. Remember, that wasn't enough for Norbury yesterday. So they're way short of what I feel is enough runs here. That one is going to be another dot. So Madhu does get on strike, but he misses out on that one. Good variations. Let's face it, everybody, the bowling has been clinical, hasn't it? It has been a really good display of bowling. Our Fast have saved their best till last. And even in the field, all right, there may have been that one blip in the field, which wasn't an easy catch for Sunderland, but it's been good. That's another great bit of work there from Tyrone. I think that's a leg bye. That's come off the upper body of Madhu. Quick, fast delivery there from Sunderland. And the thing also is, and you heard me saying this before, it's something that Norbury don't have. You know, for me, they don't have the same kind of variations with the ball. And I think, you know, they rely on scoring big runs to win matches, and they haven't done that in this occasion. Slow ball this time, up in the air. It's not going to go to hand. Watch the spin. Well watched by Danny. It's just another single. Couple of balls to come. Looks like they may even struggle to get to the 170 here. Madhumali gets back on strike. Remember, he wore one from Jack Sunderland a couple of balls ago. Sunderland will probably once again go into his body. Well, he does pitch this up slightly a bit more. Now, I think they're only going to get just the one. Nicely fielded. Fielded quickly and just lobbed back in. So one more ball to come. 166. Slow one again, and they do run. Tyrone will hit the target. No mistakes at all from him. And they won't get or steal another run here towards the end. And that, folks, is what you call a very polished performance in the field. Tyrone gets the wicket with the run out, and Sporting Alphas have restricted Norbury to 166. They just were in control all the time. And when you have a look, I mean, that, to be honest, this Manhattan, I don't know whether, is that all of it? I can't tell. I don't think that's all of it. It doesn't really tell you the whole story. But if you saw the whole of that properly, the last part, the last 5 overs, you would have seen it go even lower than that. That's not the correct look of the Manhattan. It shouldn't be looking like that. I can tell you that for sure. It would have been going on a quick downward slide towards the end. Good performance from Sporting Alphas. As I say, it was polished, it was good, it was wicked. They did what they had to do. They had to get those early wickets. They knew that. They knew who the dangerous batters were. Dhruv Mali, they got him out early. Then we did see a bit of a blaze from Ravi Dahia, but he was then caught by Christian of the bowling of Sunderland. What a catch it was as well, by the way. And then after that, really no other batter really got going. If you have a look at that scorecard after Dahia, the next highest score was 19 from Anish Sharma, who came out there and hit. And Madhumali He gets run out there at the end, but he also was going out run a ball for his 21. And Vishwas Villas, well, he didn't really help them at all. But you can't be too critical on those lower batters because we never really saw them in the whole of this tournament. They never needed to bat. They never really got a chance to bat. Sporting Alfas, the home side, the favourites, they've got themselves in a very good position here now. 167 required for victory for them. I'm Rico Fool. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the Woodson Cup. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time to talk you through the conclusion, not of this match, but of this tournament.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you all back again for what is going to be the last innings of this Woodson Cup. And what a marvellous weekend that we've had. Once again, I want to say a very big thank you to our host, Sporting Our Fast, for looking after us. And they play some very good cricket as well. And maybe they're going to go on and win this tournament as well, because they put themselves in a very good position, haven't they, by restricting a very powerful batting lineup, that of Norbury, to a score of that 166. And also big thanks to, of course, to the IO mentor of Sporting Our Fast for once again being such wonderful hosts. We love being here, and we love this ground here at Sporting Our Fast here in Our Fast LP. Let's go into the middle and join the umpires for the reply here now from Sporting Our Fast. Can see that Danny Everett is warming up and hoping that he's going to make a good start for his team. So Danny is there, and alongside him is Christian. Oh, that's a nasty one for the keeper. Vishwash takes that kind of on the side of the shoulder, doesn't he? Need things to happen here. Need early breakthroughs. Got to basically do what we saw the likes of the shooters do to Sporting Our Fast in the very first match of the tournament. Try to pick up the wickets along the way and put a bit of pressure on them. Because Sporting Our Fast too, similarly to Norbury, there's a lot of batters out there, the kind of the tail middle end to the tail enders that haven't had a bat or much of a bat. So if you can get those early wickets and get those batters in, you could apply the same sort of pressure that they will put under themselves. Pankaj Moore with the ball, and Pankaj wasn't at his best yesterday, but we know he's a good bowler. He's got to be at his best here today. Christian down the ground is the way he started. I think that's 6. I think that might have gone all the way. The umpire was waiting, but for his signal, that was very close to 6. I think with Christian here, and look, I know that he's a very clever, stylish batter, so maybe he wouldn't, but he always starts with that shot, doesn't he? I think each time I've seen him play, even when he didn't score many runs, he hit his first ball straight down the ground. I wonder if it's worth just taking a bit of a gamble with your fielder and say, you know what, let's put one back there and see if we get lucky. That's that short one. This one will also go to the boundary. Shorter one, but Pankaj hasn't got the same sort of pace that we've seen from Jake Sunderland, or that we saw there from the likes of Naeem Nisar, or even Lalit Kumar. And that one, just an easy put away for Christian in the gap between square leg and mid wicket. 4 more. 2 fours to start after the single was taken there by Danny. Now they do push a fielder back, so they are going to try something. That's played away beautifully. Work to be done here, and good slide there from Wooding. Wooding is wearing his club's cap. There, play there in, I think Essex, he was saying, is where his club is. Gets a slide in, and now he's hobbling a little. Short. Oh, this one's for a moment I thought it was heading in the direction of the lead. It's another short one, bicycle this time. So Pankaj has kind of gone pitched up short, and that's a nice little way to finish the over. Gives a bit of a fist pump there to Christian. 12 come off the first. Wind has picked up a notch again. And the mountains there, the Halida Sierra Massif, looking quite unique at the moment. I wonder if if Ali can give us a shot of the mountain range there in the background with the clouds the way they are, looks quite stunning. And for those of you that have watched films like Jurassic Park, it gives you that sort of feel. Well, there it is. That's one angle of it. It's quite spectacular, isn't it? The different shades of grey. As we turn our attention back to the cricket. No is the call this time from Danny. Danny Everett, also a batter that prefers to go out there without the lid. Started things off back on day one, match one, with a 50 to get that win over the Shooters. After Sporting Alfas did lose 6 wickets. Christian goes up now. Where's that fielder? You see what I mean? Sometimes you got to take a gamble. Sometimes you got to have a feel for things. Now, they might put a fielder back there now, but for me, it's too late. You got to anticipate. You got to sometimes do your homework. And for me, that homework is saying, he will love to spring forward and hit down the ground. So start off with somebody there. Take the gamble. It could pay off. Christian, like he did yesterday, hits a boundary and then just gets bat onto ball and takes a single. He knows that they don't have to go too big here. 8 and over will see them to victory, and knowing the way that Alfas can bat and their strength, that they'll take that down bit by bit. Danny wants to go. No is the call. He gets sent back. I've never seen a U-turn done like that. That was quick. That was a handbrake turn, that from Danny. You heard that. It was the base of handbrake turn. Back he goes. And that one in the air. Gets through the infield. The chase is on. And it's well stopped there. I think that might be Naik. I'm just guessing that the colour of the jersey he's wearing. I think that's the colour that Navin Naik was wearing it when he was fielding on the boundary in the earlier match that Norbury played and won this morning. Oh, that's pretty high. And nothing from the umpires. I'm a little bit surprised again by that. I must admit, I think there's been a few balls. Now, whether they look differently from where I'm sat, there's been a few that have looked a bit high, whether they're full tosses. I mean, it's not even registered on the ball height there, so I must be going blind because I'm sure there should be one ball that's got to be around about that sort of above the waist height, and that was that last one we saw there. So, yeah, I must be. But then having said that, there's not 12 balls registered there. Maybe it's still going to come up there any minute. Come on, let's wait for it. Bing! Well, I tried. It doesn't come up. So, 19. No. 19. With that loss of 2. That's also a full toss. That's punched away nicely. Chases on. Wooding gets down. Gets dirty for his club. Good fielding. They frame themselves around here, Norbury. I like that. You've got to try. Yep, you've got to try. Got to try and make something happen. You've got to really try. And if you get half a chance, that's the other thing. You get half a chance, you've got to take it. And that's flicked away beautifully, and a bit of fielding for me to do. And thank you very much. There we go. I told you one would come in here. I was right. Not at any pace. Nice shot there played by Danny. There's always one that comes in here. But it wasn't really smashed. I was having a chat with Chris the other day saying, I bet one comes in here. We also were taking odds if the van is going to get hold of one. High in the air. That's a very good shot. What a shot that is. That's exquisite. That is exquisite. He's picked the length of this and he has sent this over point for 6. Great shot. Remarkable. Seis carreras, shaba shaba, ginasona. Beautifully done. Share the Meal, the UN World Food Programme, is one of our charities. So please do feel free to click the QR code and share a meal and help save lives. Millions of people around the world, as we know, go without food and are having to deal with hunger. And if you can help make a difference, click the QR code and help make a difference. Pankaj again, slow delivery, just dabbed away, trying to get in the gap. In comes the throw. Christian will get in. Christian is very, very quick, and it's not a player that I think you're gonna beat with the throw or in the run out unless he gets it completely wrong. In comes Pankaj. And that's up in the air. Going, gone. 6. This will go all the way. Balle, kinna sara. Bahut badhiya shot mariya. Apne Christian Munoz Mills ne. And of course, don't forget, with Dhruv Mali failing in the final, only getting 9, it's a big opportunity here for Christian to really impress and perhaps snatch the best batter award from him. I think in terms of runs scored, Dhruv is still well ahead. But if Christian bats really well here, maybe bats all the way through, that could change. That is the end of the over. 37. 37 without loss. And Pankaj cannot find his rhythm, cannot find the same sort of, I don't know what the word is, his rhythm is there, but as that one gets played away, it's going to be another good stop from Wooding. He's been good out there, hasn't he? Thomas Wooding, diving around, saving runs. Maybe he's the Christian Munoz of Norbury. Yeah, not the same kind of flair about Pankaj's bowling. And you could probably say the same here about Raheel. Now, that could be not out, said the umpire, because I think it was going way down the leg side. It was pretty full, but when I look at that again, that ball was always going way down the leg. But it was a better length, wasn't it? Yeah, maybe the bowlers are just tired. It's tired. Remember that when I spoke to a lot of these players, it's the first time some of them even touched a cricket ball this year. Most of them, some of them may have had a net, as this has been blasted out of here. 6 more from Christian. Boom! Shaka Lagia. 6 carreras más. Christian seems to be signalling about something. I'm not sure what it's about. He's still signalling. I think what he's done, he spotted some kids perhaps that are playing in that area, and he's worried for their safety. And I can understand why, because he's hitting big bombs down the ground, and you don't want any kids in the firing line. And he's asking for the sight screen to be moved. Probably asking for the kids to be moved as well. Well, he's seen the ball pretty well. Well, if he's hitting sixes with the sight screen in the wrong place, what's he going to do when it's in the right place? Well, he's going to hit some more, and that's why he's making sure everybody's out the way. Well, the bowler is getting the treatment here. Ali's saying he's all right because that was at his ankles. Well, they do change the bowling. And that one's blasted out of here as well. That's Ahmed now who's getting the treatment. It's a little bit shorter and wide outside the off, and it's partially stopped. And Wooding will get the throw in, so yeah, Rohil Ahmed, I think he's kind of been the same. It's one thing that concerned me, and that it was a concern that I even had yesterday, and it was kind of on the pad asking the question. Not out, says the umpire. Probably impact way outside the line. And that's also over. The 50 has come up in just 4 overs, 51 without loss. But yeah, it was the thought that I had yesterday when Sporting Alphas, of course, got the win against Norbury. Norbury scored 211. Sporting Alphas got there with 6 balls to go, losing just 4 wickets. And my thought there was, and I think a few other people felt the same, that Norbury don't have the same depth in their bowling. You know, that was going to be the issue. Sporting Alphas have got the pace bowlers. They've also got the spinners, the slow bowlers. They've got the variations. Sporting Alphas don't have that. Norbury don't have that. Sporting Alphas do. So, looks like they're... Are they going to take a gamble here? Looks like there might be somebody who we... Well, there's a lot of discussion here. I'm not sure what the discussion was. The umpire was having a discussion about something. Now they're calling Sunil over to talk about something. So it looked for a moment like they were going to go... Maybe they still are with Dhruv Mali to bowl. We haven't seen Dhruv bowl, but there seemed to be a lot of discussion between Dhruv and some of the players, then with the umpire. And it looks like they are going to go... Are they? Well, I don't... It's a lot of... Dhruv has got the ball in his hand. So it looks like they are. So first time we're going to see Dhruv Mali with the ball. Bowling to Christian. So the 2 top batters that have both scored centuries in the tournament are going to go head to head. Christian doing the batting and Dhruv Mali doing the bowling, and as soon as he bowls that, it looks like he's pulled a hamstring or something. That's him done. It wasn't a good delivery. It was very short. It was an easy put away for Christian. That's 4 runs. Well, they are taking a big gamble here. It doesn't look like he normally turns his arm over. It's not like they don't have other options. It's played away. A couple of bounces for a single. It's got a interesting kind of action, doesn't he? He kind of looks like he's leaning too far back when he's releasing the ball. Let's see his action again. It looks very strange and weird. In he comes again. So yeah, he does look like he's kind of leaning backwards, and then all of a sudden the arm comes over, but the body doesn't tend to come with it. But he gets a dot ball in here. Look at where the runs have been scored, by the way. All down the ground apart from 4%, which was that one cut shot. And gets another dot ball in here as Danny tries to blast that over the leg side. And even knowing that, they've still only just got the one fielder out on that straight boundary. Oh, that's an edge. That's going to get away. Probably not going to get to the boundary. Fielders chase that well. We'll get there and get the throw in. Now, I did ask a question at the end of towards the end of the first innings of this match, the final. And that was born today in 1917, Indian all-rounder Vinod Mankad. But what did he and Rhodes have in common? Okay, that was my question. I'll give you, let's say, a few more minutes. Well, that's going to be a no ball. It's completely off the pitch. It's also going to be the end of the over. So that's going to be 60 at the end of 5 overs. So, of course, they are way ahead. They're 60. And if memory serves me right, their opponent was just on 40. And in fact, 48 for one compared to 60 without loss. So Sporting Alphas way ahead. It's the same way they were yesterday. So have a think about that. And while you're thinking, 1894, birth of the robust Fred Barrett, who had a modest 5 test career with England but excelled at country level for Nottinghamshire. He took 1,224 wickets, and once against Sussex at Trent Bridge in 1924, bowled a batsman and sent the bail flying almost 40 yards. Well, this one's gone more than 40 yards. In fact, it's going to be one bounce for Christian. Is just making it look so easy. He is making this look so easy. Is Christian? I think before the start of this match, he already had 254 runs to his name. Now, with that boundary, I think he's kind of now what? That's just too shy of 300. And dot ball in this time from, this is Nandal, who's bowling over number 6. Gets a bit of the pad, probably going down leg side. No real excitement from the bowler. He knew that was always going to be missing. Leg stick. Anuraj Nandala with the ball. Firmly hit, but to the field. Oh, it's come off a knees. And it's going to be well stopped there by Dhruv. Comes across, slides and makes the stop. Well, Anis gets hit on the knees. Maniz is Anis. Got it today, Pajage. But at least he didn't knee it to the boundary. And just a single on that occasion. That's well bowled. Need more there. Quick look at where those deliveries have been so far. And you can see that those 4 that have been pitched right up there are probably the ones that have been hit straight down the ground for those 4s and 6s that we've seen in that area. That's a much better over. Well bowled there from Nandal. Just the 5 coming from it. 67. Without loss. Just look at that. That tells you a statistic. 50% on the offside, 37 on the onside, hitting straight down the ground. They are going to stick with Dhruv. Christian on 45. Dhruv wants to get him out. And then he can say, well, look, I scored more runs than him. Maybe I should be the best batter. If Christian goes on to score, I reckon if he goes and score another 30-odd runs here. So if he finishes around 70, I think he probably goes past Dhruv. A lot of people will also say what counts is when batters are so close. What counts in the final? And it has to be said at the moment in the final that Christian certainly holds the upper card. Oh, that one does go through. Probably not in the right position to play that shot. So strike 1 in this over to Dhruv. That's firmly hit. And was always going to be 4 for me. The fielder never really got in a good position. It was hit hard. Now we know that Christian will hit the ball hard. He muscles it. And he's got plenty of muscle to get behind it. But the fielder looked a little bit slow and shy. And was never going to stop it. 4 more runs. Christian now moves to 49. Christian didn't start with a lot of runs in the first match. I think he hit about 3 boundaries and got out. But then after that, 112 or 43. And then yesterday scored that 126, chasing the 212 needed against Norbury. That was when Dhruv Mali scored a century in the first innings. Christian scored it then in reply, getting his team the win. So he made it back-to-back, didn't he? Back-to-back. He scored one in their second match And then in the very next time they were on the park, he scored that other century. And then he kind of didn't really bat in the next match where he was listed as the... Oh, that's hit firmly. That's 4. They've bowled too many bad balls to him as well. Far too many bad balls. And that's also 50 to Christian. So another 50. Well batted. To the gentle applause around the ground here at Sporting Alfaz. Christian Munoz-Mills, the very much a favourite. Not just here at Sporting Alfaz, but I think in Spain, the Spanish team captain, Christian Munoz-Mills, scores what has to be described as an effortless 50. Oh, well, what's happened here to Vishwas? Didana apne tasme khul pe hai na, and he tripped over his own laces. It's actually given us a no ball, so I guess this is one that Drew didn't get on the pitch, and that's why Vishwas misses it completely. So that they run 2 as well, so that's 4 runs. In the end, just a little dab, no run. Wind picks up again. You can hear it blowing around blusterly behind me. 79 without loss. 1 more to come in this over. Number 7 well ahead of the rate here at the moment. And that is going to be another no ball. And on this occasion, it will be the end of the over. So 81 the score. And what's Christian saying here to the umpire here? 81. I just get the feeling that, yeah, Christian perhaps might be questioning the tactics here. The thing is, Christian may be thinking, hey, are they bowling that on purpose so I can't hit him? So, but the thing is, it's not in the interest to do so because you're needing almost a run a ball to win. And if the opposition want to keep bowling extras, there's going to be 2 runs every time. They're not going to win the match by doing that, are they? So I don't think it's deliberate. I just think it's somebody who hasn't bowled much can't get the ball on the deck. Quick look at the 2 comparisons of the Manhattans. I know the Manhattans need to be tweaked. We'll be working on those before we see you next week at La Manga. But they can clearly tell you a story, and that is that Sporting Alfaz are leaps and bounds ahead of where they need to be at the moment. Played and missed a few, has Danny Everett. After hitting that massive 6, a very impressive 6-over point, he's kind of swung and missed at a few. This time he uses his feet, but still can't get the ball away. So this is nice from Nandal. Up in the air, but wide of Wooding. Fielder's got to get down, and this time, more by luck than anything else, does get down to make the stop. I wonder why Wooding has come inside the 30-yard circle and not on the boundary himself. He will now switch places with that fielder. Yeah, I don't know why they made that switch in the first place. 2 runs to Danny. Asking the question, and this time gets his reward. Nandal is on his knees asking for it. He's on his knees, says, how's that, umpire? And on this occasion, umpire says, yes, that's out. So umpire last puts the finger up. And Danny Everett will have to go. So Everett on his way back. The ball goes for that sweep shot. You can see why it's being given. Of course, there will always be there'll always be the conversation whether the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. But it's 19 of 22 for Danny. Leg before, so Nandal gets the first wicket with the score on 83, but of course they need to get a lot more, and well, now they've got 2 centurions out there in the middle. Christian, of course, has made 2 in this tournament already, and is you could say if there was enough runs on the board to get, he could be on his way to his 3rd, and he's been joined out there by Naeem, who was the last player to have scored a century in the tournament, and also it was the 8th century. But 6 players, because don't forget Christian and Dhruv have both scored 2. So it's Nisar. Naeem Nisar coming in at number 3. Left-hander as well, just to make matters a little bit more complicated. He starts with a nice shot. It's going to get it past the infield. Sweeper has to come around, and Dhruv does the job. Oh, it's an awful throw, which Nandal gets knocked to his feet, but fortunately for him, the batter's not looking to take more runs. Hello to Amish Gupta. I'm just seeing if anybody came in with some answers to the question. There were some answers. The over has come to an end. Another good run from Nandal. 2 overs for 9. He's bowled very well and has picked up a wicket as well. 85 for 1 after 8. So I'll give you the answer. The question was, born today, 1917, Indian all-rounder Vinod Mankad. But what did he and Rhodes have in common? Well, I can tell you, 1917 is when he was born, and only other man apart from Rhodes to have batted in every position from number 1 to number 11 in tests. So only he, the Indian all-rounder Vinod Mankad and Rhodes, has done that. For a player with an average only 31, Indian all-rounder Vinod Mankad made some huge scores. There was a call of a no ball here from the umpire at square. Now, what's this call for? I certainly heard a no ball call. So, now, must be because of fielding. And if it's because of fielding, it's just going to be 2 runs, no free hit. So, they must have had too many out. So no ball, 2 runs, but no free hit. And I don't know if our scorers have got that. This is Wooding who's now bowling. Wooding, of course, would look straight at the umpire. It was called a no ball, so I don't know if that's been picked up on. No ball was definitely called there. I don't know if our scorers have got that. That's played hard along the ground, bobbles away. Yeah, so going back to Vinod Mankad, so him and Rhodes have batted in every position from 1 to 11 in tests. And he did make some high scores, 2 double centuries against New Zealand in 1955-56, a mighty 184 when nobody reached 50 in the innings. And that was in that defeat in Lords in 1952. So, but he's batting in every position in test from 1 to 11, the same as Rhodes. So if you got it right, well done. That's been clipped away quite nicely, and that is going to be 4 runs. It's a lovely shot played from Christian, just helps that along the way. 2 batters stand in the middle, having a bit of a chat. The rate still around about a run a ball that's required. So every time you nurdle one away to the boundary, that helps you. Hello to David Swan. who joins the likes of John Gray and Kroom and Amy Scripter in the chat. Nice to have you all with us on this rather overcast Sunday, and what an elegant shot that is. That's just beautiful. He's just toying with them, isn't he? It's like men versus the boys. It really is. That's the feeling that I get here when I watch Christian up against these bowlers. He's just not being challenged at all. I don't think he's broken a sweat as he's moved to 62 of just 29 deliveries, 95 for 1 at the end of 9 overs. They're making it look very easy here. Why don't we talk a little bit about Brian Lara? On this day in 2004, 10 years to the week after Brian Lara first broke the record for the highest score in Test, he did it again, piling on 400 in the 4th Test against England in St John's to become the first player to reclaim the record. Matthew Hayden, who had topped Lara's 375 with 380 of Zimbabwe in Perth, was the man who broke it. Had held the record for just 6 months. At the start of the Test, West Indies were staring at a whitewash, and even a century may not have been enough to save them. This one just gets dabbed away. They want to, and they're going to get to. Good running between Nisar and Christian. Yeah, so maybe a century would not have saved them, but Lara's captaincy, but the innings on a feather bed of a pitch restored dignity to both Lara and his beleaguered side. 2004, Lara was pretty awesome. Wait is the call. Good stop. And a good call as well. Need a little bit more of that. Do Norbury. Does, once again, no run. Have to try and believe that even though the odds look heavily stacked against them, Norbury can find a way. Oh, that's caught something. If he can hit it, he could be in trouble. That could be close. That could be so close. That could be really close. The umpire says no. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. I tell you what, the umpire says no. They can't believe it. That was really close. It's excellent work there from the keeper. Vishwas gets there. That's Vishwas's thing. A lot of the guys were telling me this about Vishwas yesterday. He has this little thing where he thinks the ball's got away from him and the batters think they're going to get runs, and he gets here quickly and just throws it in, locks the stumps over. He did it there. And Christian, looking at it live from my angle, ooh, I wouldn't want to be the umpire that gives that call, but I thought he might have been out there. Looking at it live, that's hit hard. Stop is made. In comes the throw. And remember, that came at a time when I said that it's not too many fielders that are going to run out Christian when he's taking a single. I reckon that was really close. I reckon we've had a couple actually in the day which have gone probably in favour of the batters, where I actually think that the batters might be fortunate. And I think that one, I think a lot of people will probably be going back on their devices just to see it again. I don't know how good a shot there is off that, but I actually think I thought that was probably out. And there was one early in the day as well, I thought. But I can understand why those that are so close are not given. I can really understand it. Without the technology, it's difficult. Oh, that was close. That really was. $101 for 1 after 10. That's a lovely shot. Again, just beautifully put away with elegance. Getting that solo shot up near Christian Maria. बहुत बढ़िया timing है ना. ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਨਾ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖੇਲਦਾ। ਲਵਲੀ ਸ਼ਾਟ। ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ ਨਾ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਚੀਅਨ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਰੱਖਦਾ, ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਆਪਣੀ ਦੇਸੀ ਡਾਇਟ ਰੱਖਦਾ। ਪਰੌਂਠੇ, ਸਾਗ, ਮੱਕੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਰੋਟੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਮਾਹ ਦੀ ਦਾਲ। ਇਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਤਾਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਤਾਕਤ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ। ਕ੍ਰਿਸਚੀਅਨ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਸਵਾਦ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੀ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਕਰਦਾ। ਨਾਲੇ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਚੀਅਨ Spanish team the captain we are. Christian just looking the business, looking the part. Here comes Wooding again. That's hit hard. Oh dear. Yeah, well, I think that tells you the story. I'm not going to repeat what I believe the fielders said there, not once, but a few times. Norbury, don't worry. But little things like that can rub off. It can have a negative effect on the team. Christian then, like he's done so many times after hitting a boundary, just drops the bat on the ball, takes a single. Well, the way he's going here now, you know what I'm going to say, especially the way he's controlling and dictating the strike. He wants to make it 3 tons, doesn't he? That would be 3 on the spin as well. Remember that. 112 he started with. Short, and that's a Gundy ball down the leg side. Will be a wide. 112 or 43 against Green Sock. And then the next day, in the very next match that Sporting FS played, 126 not out. He did not bat in the Sporting FS versus the All-Stars. So he's looking to make it 3 tons, a hat-trick of tons. That's a good hit, though, from Nisar. And the only man who could stop him, I feel, is his partner out there. Or partners out there. At the moment, his name Nisar, who hits his first boundary. Well, 4 runs, and a few people sat over there with a giant dartboard is. Well, there's the Green Sox, I think, that are sat watching and enjoying, with maybe a few more of the other team players mixed in with them. And we have seen that massive dartboard hit, and in fact, it was a bullseye as well. 118 for 1 now after 11. That was Wooding 2 overs to 27. And Nandal has bowled well. Hasn't probably had the luck that he deserves. At the 10 over mark, way ahead as you'd expect. At the end of this over, we'll have a check. At the end of this over, over number 12, it was 118 for Norbury. Sporting FS, of course, have passed that already. Well, that's pretty full. It's not a good delivery, and that's a switch hit here now for Naeem Nisar. Then now it's his time to get funky. There may not be too much sun around here on the Costa Blanca, but that certainly is a little bit of sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket from Naeem as he does the switch. Goes from left to right-hander and plays that away. So as I said, the only man who could stop Christian making it 3 in a row is his batting partner. And will get a single this time. So Christian gets back on strike. So he's on 75. 43 required of 50. Shorter delivery. Firmly hit. And nobody's stopping that. Nobody. Not even Thomas Wooding can get anywhere near that. 4 more runs. Says, he's... well, somebody jumping around there. Does that hit somebody on the ankles? It might have done. It's well, we've got the dartboard there. Well, let's play another game, says Christian. What about a little bit of ball, knocking down the players like they're skittles? Somebody might have worn that one. Well, there's quite a few of them in there to pick from. End of the over, and Nadal has bowled very hard and worked very hard and bowled very well for 1 for 26 of his 4 overs. 129 for 1. So at this point, as I said, at the end of the 12th over, their opponents were 118. So they are ahead and easily ahead. I'm liking this. A man who wasn't given the opportunity against Sporting Alphas yesterday, when Norbury, of course, went down to them, is going to have a bowl here now. This is Suma Sethi. He needs, I just think here, especially to Christian, you need 3 men straight. Sethi will bowl pretty straight. There he goes. He starts with one that's well over pitched, gets played out. But I think it's worth trying. Have that same sort of field that Sporting Alphas had outside the power play. 3 in a line on the boundary, straight down the ground, and then have your sweeper and square leg either side of the ground. It's worth doing that to Christian. You know he's going to be tempted to hit straight down the ground. And Sumir Sethi just loses his run up as he comes in there. Few people saying any more play today. No, this is the last match today. It's going to be clipped away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Quick to work this one away. Name Nissar. It looks like a different player, doesn't he? From, remember the first couple of knocks that he had, he just never really looked in good touch at all. Looked rusty. I said at the time he kind of played one good shot, got a boundary, then got out. Yesterday he had a mare in the field, and then with the bat it just clicked. And from then on in, he's looked a different player. Even today in the field with the ball, and here now with the bat. And it punches this one away to square. They'll get a single. And of course, the Sporting Alpha supporters won't want him to spoil the party here for Christian, who needs 19. 32 required for victory, but 19 of those is what Christian wants to bring up another century. Slower ball, and it's been played into the ground hard. Wooding can't stop it, and that's 4 more. Well, 19 now becomes 15. Sunil applauding the effort there from Wooding, but can't stop it. Quattro mas, fielding the कोशिश तो काफी कितनी पर चौका लग गया. El Máquina no para, el Máquina, esto Máquina no para. Sigue Christian. And there you go. That's another thing about Christian batting, that if you're playing in a tournament like this and you're playing Sporting Alphas and you're watching Sporting Alphas, you've got to do your homework. And one thing is with Christian is, especially in a run chase like this, he knows what he's got to be doing. As soon as he hits the boundary, unless it's a really gundy ball, he's just going to drop the bat on it and take a single, and they've got nobody in close to stop him doing that. All right, miscue. Can he get there? He can, but he misses it, and then and he crawls around on the floor for a bit. Sethi had a chance to take a wicket, and having done the hard work to get in the position to take the catch, he can't. Finishes with a dot ball, 140 for 1. Sethi not able to get hands to it to take the catch. Well, this could be a famous victory for Sporting Alphas. But talking of famous victories, back in 1976, a famous victory for India, who chased then a record 406 to beat West Indies in the 3rd test in Trinidad. They did it in pretty comfortable mode as well, with 7 of the mandatory last 20 overs to spare. And it remained the highest fourth innings total to win in a test until West Indies did it themselves against Australia in 2003 in Antigua. It's going to be played away. Just a single this time. Christian hands a strike over to Nisar. So they do bring back Rohil. Rohil Ahmed to the left-hander now. It plays out well. That's a very good shot. Really good shot. In the gap. 4 runs. Cuatro más. Norbury have gone very quiet now out there. They've gone very quiet. They know that it's done. They know it's done. They haven't got any answers to this. Now they're moving the field around a little bit. And I'm pretty sure that Nisar will send this exactly where the field has come from. Oh, he tries to carve this one away in between that gap between backward point and where the keeper stands, but misses out on it. So a rare dot ball from Rohil Ahmed. 22 required for victory. And that's nicely played. And looks like that Nisar is not looking to spoil the party here for Christian, who's an 87. Somebody is asking Dhruv versus Mills tournament runs. Well, Christian has overtaken him, and easy, just easy. Bad bowling. How many balls does Christian put to the boundary on this side like that, and no fielder there? I mean, if they had the field that we're talking about, one either end and 3 straight, a lot of those are going to the fielders. Christian is making it look easy, moves into the 90s. That one is going to be a wide. 2 more to go onto the score. So that's now 15 required for victory. End of the over. Nissa goes on strike. So 15 required for victory. Christian wants 9 of them. So it's not a question now of who's going to win the match. I think we know who's going to win the match. It's a question of, will Christian make it 3 centuries on the spin? 3 centuries on the spin. I know that I was saying yesterday that in the same day, I haven't seen it done in T20s, and I saw that Dhruv Mali did do it. I've seen consecutive centuries in matches before, but I don't think I've seen 3. As in 3 matches played, 3 times batted, 3 times scored a century. Not necessarily in the same day. And Christian looks like he's going to do it over 3 days. A century a day. That is quite impressive, isn't it? And look at that. You can see what, this is the plan. And the thing about it is, again, I mean, you know that's what they're doing here. But Norbury, they're not really trying to stop it. I mean, you would have thought they'd bring everybody in when Nisar is on strike to try and stop them doing this. But they're not trying. Christian, it's up in the air. The fielder is there, and he's dropped him. He has dropped him. And you know who drops him? You wouldn't believe it. You couldn't write it. It is Dhruv Mali, the man who also has scored 2 centuries. The one who also probably is the only man who can stop Christian getting this award of the best batter. He drops him on 91. And Nisar will just take the single. Well, Norbury, what are you doing here? Why aren't you reading the script? It's almost like you're writing the script for Christian. He's been dropped on 91, dropped by Dhruv. And then Nisar just drops the bat on the ball, takes a single and says to Christian, here you go again. 12 required for victory. Christian on 92. Hits that firmly. It's going to be well stopped by Wooding. Really well stopped. And a lot of applause there for Wooding for doing and making a great stop. All right, Nissa, how many balls to go here? There's 2 to come. So what does he do here? Block out 2 balls, you think, folks? What do you think? Or is he going to take a single? Where are these fielders? Why are they all on the boundary? Why is nobody trying to stop what's happening here? Look, you know he's going to do it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Sometimes it drives me crazy when you see teams not applying cricket knowledge to what they're doing. Norbury have just given up here. They've given up the match, and they've given up the battle of trying to stop Christian getting his ton. But Drew dropping him on 91. Slow ball. Christian smashes it over everybody. That's going to be 6. That takes him to 99. Christian Munoz-Mills, the local lad here at Sporting Alphas, played all his cricket here from a youngster and now broken so many records here at the club. Also the Spanish national team captain is on the verge of making it 3 centuries in the tournament. Century a day in consecutive matches. 112, 126 not out. And he's on 99. 163 for 1. It's not just a victory. It's a crushing victory. You can call it a thrashing if you want. Nissa, we know what he's going to do. There you go. And is anybody there to stop him? Of course they're not. So, and massive applause also to Nissa Naeem, because basically it's almost like he's 50, but he's not. So here we go. 99. Probably the biggest cheer of the tournament coming up. And there it is. Another century. Christian Munoz-Mills. Incredible. Este hombre es sensational. Es un máquina. Es un máquina. Y míralo. Todos los jugadores quieres tocar la mano de Christian. आ देख लो इधर ना मैं कभी कितने भी नहीं देखिया 3 मैचेस इन्हें खेले हैं 3 मैच ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨੇ ਸੈਂਚੁਰੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ consecutive matches consecutive centuries what a player 2 required for victory now Nissa can go bang and he will go bang that's the way to do it does it in style and he gets a bullseye to finish the match. And Sporting Alphas are crowned the champions of this Woodson Cup. Well done and well played. And the congratulations will now come from all around. But Sporting Alphas started as the favourites. They dominated all the way through, unbeaten in the tournament. They had a bit of a wobble in their first match against the Shooters, but they just got better and better all the way through. And what can you say about Christian? I mean, there's not enough words left to say, is there? It's just quite fantastic. It really is. Incredible effort. And Maximo just joining in the chat again. Well, Maximo notched another century up here from the Sporting Alphas. That's the 9th century. And Christian Munoz-Mills is going to walk off. What a moment. What a player. What a performance from Christian. Absolutely sensational. It really is. And folks, wherever you are around the world, I hope you've enjoyed watching this tournament. And let's just have a look at some of these magical scenes. Just remember that, folks. 3 matches he played on the spin. And in all 3 of the last 3 matches he's played, he has scored a century. What a moment. What a player. quite incredible, absolutely fantastic. As you join me now here for the final time in my commentary position. It's been absolutely amazing. We've been treated to some outstanding cricket, not just from Sporting Outfest, the winners, and congratulations for them for their victory of this Woodson Cup, but of course from all the teams. We've been entertained. One thing I always like to say about the European Cricket Network is that the cricket that we bring you is all about excitement, it's all about action, it's all about entertainment, and a little bit of drama and comedy thrown in there at times. And that's exactly what we've seen over this weekend. Of course, I cannot go without saying a massive thank you to Sporting Outfest for their hospitality here at the ground. I think we've seen some great work for them on a day like today. The ground staff were outstanding. A big thank you to the bar staff. Thank you there to Kate, who's looked after us all the way through, and to Kevin. Well done to all the teams. They've been outstanding. Green Sox, of course, and Shooters didn't get here in the final. We know that also from the All-Stars. They were outstanding. Unlucky, but well played to Norbury as well. They played some outstanding cricket. We've seen some very talented players from them. Have to, of course, give a big shout out to Dhruv Mali, who himself, don't forget, scored 2 centuries, 2 on the spin, 2 in the same day, and scored a 50 earlier in the match here as well, but didn't quite click in the final. But well done to Norbury. Also a lovely bunch of lads. They were well supported from back home as well. It was a pleasure to meet them. But of course, it is Sporting Outfest, the home side, that are the champions here on their home ground once again. So congratulations to them. Big thank you to everyone that's been tuning in. A lot of support has been coming through on the YouTube chat from people that have been watching around the world. It's great to have you with us. I know that you're all happy to see the European Cricket Network back, and we are back, not just bringing you T10 action, but T20 action like this as well. And just a reminder, next weekend we do it all over again. Something that's going to be slightly different with the Juan Carlos Rodriguez Cup there at La Manga, where we're going to see all the best players from the Spanish national squad come together, form 2 teams, the red against the blue. It's going to be quite exciting. Looking forward to that. Alistair will be there. He'll be the manager of team number 1. And of course, Corey will also have his team as well. They did it last year, and they're going to do it again there in La Manga. 5 matches will be played between those 2 teams there. So on that note, I want to once again thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for your support. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again next weekend. And as I like to say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta pronto, mi familia.